Okay, correct me, please, Representative.
Espitia, but it's a valiant effort.
All right, thank you. If I wasn't so muffled, it would have been perfect. Thank you. He is sitting in for Representative Sandler, so welcome. And my good morning is members using devices in this room. Please turn off the sound to avoid feedback. Consider turning off your video if you intend to use the keyboard for taking notes. For good sound quality, it is important for members to speak clearly with some volume. Soft voices may be heard, but hard to understand. The microphones in the room pick up sound very well. Be careful about side conversations. People let me know that this mic is working. I tend to turn it off and on and forget about it. The committee room computer will be muted at lunch break. The committee member will mute and unmute it when we resume after lunch. We are streaming on YouTube. The pre-registration information for the entire day is printed out 30 minutes prior to the first hearing. If you miss this deadline, you must still register online. However, your name will not be called. So once all pre-registered speakers have testified, please raise your hand and you will be recognized to speak. As chair of the House Election Law Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. There is a public hearing referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. There is also executive session which may be held on the bills as noticed and as may be otherwise have been referred to committee. Please note that it is a speaker's rule that for voting on bills during roll calls during executive session, you need to be physically present in the room or present on screen so that your presence as an individual may be verified for the oral vote. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House Rules RSA 91A House Rules and RSA 91A. Those are two separate things. And anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that, as I said before, votes taken during this meeting are done by roll call and physical presence of the member either in person or on video will need to be verified. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please state whether there is anyone in the room. If you during the meeting, which is required from under the right to know law. Roll call attendance is not officially reported as for the bill action. So, Clerk Wells, if you could just record the roll call vote. Thank you.
Representative Bergeron?
I am present. I am participating remotely from my home, and there is no one else in the house with me at the present time.
Representative Barry?
Present.
Representative Cody?
Yes, I'm here. Nobody else is here.
Representative Freitas?
I know. Good morning. I am in my home. I'm alone. Thank you.
Present.
Representative Braun?
Present.
Representative
Did you say Hamlet?
Yes.
Yeah, Hamlet, you're a little bit breaking up. I'm present, I'm in my home, and there's one other family member in the house.
Representative Hamer,
I'm present in my home in Manchester and one other family member in the house.
Representative Hayward.
Yeah.
Representative Lane,
I'm present in my home office alone. There are two other people in the house.
Representative McDonald,
Present.
Representative Mooney,
Here.
Representative Muirhead,
Present and alone.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Here. Representative Quayle.
Here.
I'm sorry, I don't know, Representative Esper, I don't know. But that's,
He's Representative Sandler, I don't have his name. Manning,
Yeah, Espitia and my, I am present alone, and there's one person in the house.
and I'll give you the spelling afterwards. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney,
Here.
Representative Terosian,
Here.
Representative Ward,
Here, I'm at home with two family members in the house.
and myself, I'm here.
Thank you. There's the spelling here. My apologies to the committee. I would like to do the pledge as we normally do at the beginning of our business in this committee. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
Republic for which it stands.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. So we have two items on notice for executive session at 9:30. 121 has been taken off in a revised notice that you may or may not have seen. So the only bill that we have before us for first thing, as it is an early bill, is HB 86. We heard that matter previously. It's relative to voter qualifications and registration procedures. The public hearing was on January 22nd. Is there a motion on this?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to speak to it.
Representative Gary.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm fellow committee members. I would move that we retain HB 86. But I'd like to speak to a few issues that this bill attempts to address.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Representative Terosian seconds it. Representative Barry.
Madam Chairman, in a recent St. Anselm Institute of Politics poll, 64% of respondents said they were very confident in the integrity of New Hampshire's election results. A different way of reading this is that a full 36% of respondents are not very confident in New Hampshire's election results. Think about that for a second. Over a third of the people are not very confident in how we conduct our elections, and that should concern each and every one of us. Why is that, and how does HB 86 relate to this? One of the reasons over a third of Granite Staters are not very confident in our election results is that we have the loosest election laws in the country. The quote experts come before us and tell us that voter fraud does not exist in New Hampshire. But what they do not address is exactly what is voter fraud. As I have pointed out in this committee, someone who is in this state for only 30 seconds can legally vote here. In fact, 30 seconds is 29 seconds more than you actually need. When you have a system like ours, which is ripe for abuse, and in fact does not even label what many people would constitute as abuse, no wonder you end up with people not having faith in our elections. Let me be clear. Someone who moves here on election day and votes here and then decides to move to another state the next day does not actually commit a crime in New Hampshire. It is not a law, it is not under our law considered fraud unless they've also voted in their home state. That's our law. It's almost impossible to commit voter fraud in New Hampshire because what should be considered fraud simply isn't. The fact that we have a system that allows non-residents to walk into our polling location, register to vote while presenting no ID, no proof of domicile, is actually shameful. It is a New Hampshire-specific embarrassment. HB 86 attempts to address this. Often, the Secretary of State's office holds up the voter age participation statistic, or the VAP, as the number that we should be concerned about. But I am far more concerned about people believing we have fair and honest elections than an arbitrary number that does not begin to tell the whole story of what is actually going on. The whole story is that while we have high voter participation, we also have a high degree of skepticism in our elections. And in my opinion, the bad is grossly outweighing the good. The Secretary of State office often talks about a balancing act, but right now we are fully tilted in one direction, and the cost is people not having faith in the voting process. Unfortunately, HB 86 needs a lot of work, and it's not a clean bill. I appreciate what the sponsors are trying to do here, but they're going about it in the wrong way and incorporating non-germane issues such as trying to suppress the college student vote. I hope that this committee will wake up to the reality that when a full third of our citizens are not very confident in our election, that we have a lot of work to do. It is time to end the excuses and get to work, but unfortunately, HB 86 is an imperfect vehicle to do this, and as such, I move that we retain the bill to continue to work on it.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question of the chair. Does a vote for this motion indicate any endorsement for the views of the previous speaker?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, Representative Cody. Can you repeat it?
My question was, does a vote for this motion to retain constitute an endorsement of the views of the previous speaker?
No, it clearly does not. The motion on the floor, Representative Cody, is a motion to retain. That is the entire substance of the motion that we are voting on. Thank you for the clarification for anybody who might be confused. Is there any further discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to ask, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Crone,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
myself, yes. Representative Cody,
With the understanding that the chair just stated, I'll vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Cody. I need to ask you to flick your video on. We've had members of my party who have been voting. Terrific. Thank you very much. That's all we need.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
Yes.
Representative Espita,
Yes.
Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
To be clear, we're voting to retain the bill.
Retain.
I vote no.
Representative Freitas,
I vote no.
Representative Hamblett,
I vote no.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
okay, so it's 15 yeas to 5 nays.
The motion carries 15-5. Pam, if you're online, who is showing up on my screen as PC? Do you know?
That's just the computer to your left.
Oh, hello.
That's what it is.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We are now moving on to the morning public hearings. It is a few minutes after 9:45, and our first public hearing is HB 151. Representative Maggiore is the sponsor and has signed in to speak to this bill. is in attendance, so welcome to the Election Law Committee. Good morning. You should be with us. There you are, as a J. If you unmute yourself, you should be all set.
Very
Great.
good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
And hear you terrifically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the House Election Law Committee, I am Jim Majori, representing Rockingham District 22, the town of Northampton. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce HB 151, a bill that will amend New Hampshire RSA 654:34, such that the registration of undeclared voters who register as members of a party at any primary shall be returned to undeclared registrations by the supervisors of the checklist after the close of polls on Election Day. This amendment will simplify undeclared voter registration for residents, moderators, and the supervisors of the checklist. I urge the committee to move on to pass on this bill. More than 42% of registered voters in New Hampshire are registered with the Secretary of State's office as undeclared. Declaring party affiliation, Republican, Democrat, or undeclared, is very simple in New Hampshire. A resident completes a form at their town clerk's office prior to a date certain in their city or town, registering their party affiliation. When registered undeclared voters vote in a state or presidential primary, they will be required to choose either a Republican or Democratic ballot at the polls. When registered undeclared voters vote on that particular party ballot in a state or presidential primary, they become a registered member of that party unless they fill out a card or sign a list to return to undeclared status with the supervisors of the checklist before leaving the polling place. But what happens if a resident forgets to change their party affiliation back to undeclared? What happens if a resident wants to support a candidate only to discover at the polls that their own party affiliation is inconsistent with their candidates? What happens if a resident insists they change their affiliation back to undeclared the last time they voted in a primary, but the last 1, 2, 3, or more checklists has them listed as either Republican or Democrat instead? In any of these cases, the potential exists to have a resident who leaves the polls very angry without having voted, or we have a resident who leaves the polls very angry having voted on a ballot contrary to their intentions. If HB 151 passes to simplify the registration of undeclared voters, the supervisors of the checklist will return voter registration back to undeclared after the close of the polls that day within the comprehensive reconciliation of the official checklist. Residents will retain their undeclared status without any extra paperwork for themselves, the supervisors of the checklist, the moderator, or the town clerk. If you vote HB 151 ought to pass, we will streamline the voter registration process for residents and officials alike. We will maintain the integrity of our elections. We will protect the right of every resident qualified to vote to exercise their sacred responsibility. Thank you, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing the bill. Questions for the representative, Representative Rosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Under current law, you can go right to the clerk or somebody that works in the polls with the supervisor checklist to change back to undeclared. Do you think it's unburdened to do that? Do you think that?
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I could hear you. I thought I interrupted you. I apologize. I thank you for the question, Representative. I do not feel it's a burden, to repeat that word. I do not feel it's a burden, but I feel this simplifies the process. And I say that because I'm responding to my own town moderator. I happen to be a selectman in my town, and I've worked at the polls for each of my 4 terms. And there have been those instances where, as I've said, a voter has come in and said, well, I am registered as, or I am, I should be this, or I should be that. And it creates, it has at times created problems for the moderator. So while it is, I don't see a burden or I don't see a systemic problem what I would like to see, what I would like to accomplish with this bill is a streamlining of the process. So I hope that's responsive to your question.
Thank you. Other questions, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning, Representative. What are those instances in which a voter does not want to be returned to unpaid status?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, Representative.
I'm asking a different topic. What about those instances in which a voter may not want to be returned to unpaid status and may want to stay with that party?
That is a very good question, and thank you for that question. Something I've thought about. It's actually the antithesis to what this is trying to accomplish, and that process, I believe, would require the voter to go to the town clerk, as they would for undeclared, or any other party, to register their intentions to remain with that party.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from committee members? Committee members attending video? Anybody have any questions? Representative Hamblin?
Okay, hi, Representative Maggiore. So my question is sort of a follow-up to the previous one. Do we know how many people don't want to change back to undeclared after they vote? They want to stay with the party. Do we have any idea like how many people usually just want to stay in the one party or the other? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. My neighbor to the north. It's good to see you there. I hope you're enjoying your first term.
Thank you.
I did spend some time looking for statistics exactly to your question, and I was either looking in the wrong place or just could not find what those numbers might be. So I apologize that I don't have the answer to your question, but should I be able to find it, I'll be happy to provide that to you and to the entire committee.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Hamer?
Thank you for taking my question. Just when you said change back that day to undeclared, is that true? Is that going to happen?
Thank you for the question. That would be that is the goal. That would be the purpose. That would be the mandate. I'm trying to find the exact right word, but it would be the intention here when the supervisors of the checklist again are going through that reconciliation, that change would be made that day, because well, that would be the goal. Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions from committee members?
I do.
Hey.
Thank you. To follow up on Representative Hamer's question, have you spoken with the folks who run the balloting and the voting process on that day, and have them be able to change it on that day? I mean, shouldn't we give them time?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And I actually, it was my intention to reach out to many. They reached out to me. So it was encouraging to say that hearing from supervisors of the checklist in several different communities that they thought this process would be very readily integrated into their process, and they would be able to do it. However, that said, I would certainly be more than willing to entertain an amendment if this committee felt that some time period might make this easier. I would be certainly open to that, as it certainly is your bill now. I would certainly welcome that kind of conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from committee members? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Representative, for coming this morning in regards to your bill, HB 151.
You're welcome, and thank you.
I also have signed up to speak on this, Bobby Burns. I'm not seeing that person in attendance? If you are, can you please raise your hand? I am not seeing that person. I do have two other people who would like to speak. At this time, I'd like to recognize Jared Kate, who has indicated wanting to register a position on HB 151. You should be with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the Election Law Committee. I really appreciate the time to be here to be able to speak on this. I can say that I have volunteered as a poll worker at a small town and have, in that role, experienced a lot of questions regarding undeclared voters as they arrive at the polling location with the intent to vote for a specific candidate. And as a result of not having been switched back in the last election, that they were not able to vote for the person they intended to on the ballot that they intended to. So with that being said, in a town that had about 800 people vote in the presidential primary, that out of that 800, I would conservatively say from my personal anecdote that about 15 to 20 people specifically came up in equal proportions from both parties who were registered to either of the two major parties looking to switch to the other major party in the specific election, leaving themselves to be an undeclared voter with the ability to choose which ballot that they were able to take and were not able to do so. So I can say from my personal experience that this is an issue that has been raised by members in that community to me. I would also like to speak to an earlier question that was asked of what happens if someone wants to remain with a party. I'd like to just kind of think of the counterfactual here. So if someone is an undeclared voter and they wish to stay with a party that they have taken the ballot from, the worst case scenario is that they are then an undeclared voter again in the next election and can still choose to take the ballot of that party and have other opportunities to switch to become that a member of that party. Whereas someone who is an undeclared voter who for whatever rush or whatever reason that they don't fill out that form at the end of the day, that they come back to this next election and they are not able to choose the ballot and vote for the candidate that they intend to. So I think the counterfactual there is important. And I'd also say that I agree with the sponsors' points regarding simplification of this process for members of the poll team and the supervisor of the checklist. Thank you so much for the ability to speak. And if there are any questions, I'd be welcome to entertain them.
Thank you for joining us again. Is there anybody here in the committee room who has any questions for Mr. Kate? Is there anybody attending electronically who has questions for Mr. Kate? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Also, with the request to speak to this bill is Tiana Coleman. Ms. Coleman, I think if you unmute yourself, you will be with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Most of the members of this committee have seen me speak before, but I'm here representing myself as a citizen of Amherst and also representing New Hampshire Independent Voters, which is fully volunteer, so I did not get paid to be here. A couple of things. First off, we of course support this bill. We are undeclared voters, and this definitely makes the process a lot easier for us to not have to fill out the little postcard at the end when we walk out. The question was asked earlier whether people, how many people intend to stay with that party, but do not, how many people actually intend to stay with the party whose ballot they chose. And I know that for me and for a lot of people who I know, even if we walk out of the voting room that day and do not fill out the postcard, that isn't actually usually because we intended to be members of that party. It's actually just because we completely forgot to fill out the postcard. And so,
that's all right. Put her back. Ms. Coleman, can you hear me? Did did you do something differently? Because in the committee room, your sound just changed. I don't know whether people online noticed that or not. Can I see any nods? Was there a change in her volume for people online? I'm seeing nods, yes. So if you can unmute Ms. Coleman again, that would be great.
I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
You're better now. I think you might not have a great connection because you froze on the screen for a minute. So just speak clearly so we can get you off.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just let me know again if you can't hear me. I was saying that usually if we go out of the ballot room without filling out the postcard, it's because we forgot to fill out the postcard. It's not because we intended to remain members of the party. In fact, I think for the vast majority of undeclared voters, I'm not sure they even realize that they're registering with the party when they take a ballot, because we don't fill out a form that says, I hereby register with this party. We just ask for the ballot that we want. And so I think for a lot of people, they're not even clear that when they walk out of that room, unless they fill out a card, they have now joined a party. And so it makes it much, much easier if we just return to being undeclared, because that's probably what we want to be. If we want to join a Republican or a Democratic Party, we would think that we would need to, go officially register with that party with the town clerk. So we think it's a lot easier. So we definitely support this. It just makes the process a lot easier. And as to the question as to whether that's a burden on the moderators to change it, I'm not sure if it's actually changed for the party that day. It seems like we take a ballot and then we fill out a postcard on our way out the door. And then I assume that night or whatever, they go through and everyone who did not turn in a postcard gets switched to the party, and everyone who did fill out the postcard gets, is able to maintain their status. But I could be wrong. Maybe that day they frantically change everyone to Democrat or Republican, depending on which ballot they took. And then they go through the postcards and change everyone back. But I'm kind of assuming that they just change everyone at the same time, in which case there would be a whole host of people they wouldn't have to really officially change, at least technically with the computer, if they just automatically assume that everyone that voted undeclared wants to stay undeclared unless they purposely register with the party. So that's all I really had to say, just that we support this bill. Makes it much easier. Thank you.
Hey, Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Coleman, for taking the question. Are you aware whether or not this bill passes or not? You as a voter can contact the town clerk, the town you live in at any time to determine whether or not you got changed back. And if you haven't, you have the right to go down and do that.
I'm not sure if I understood your question, but I'm assuming that, yes, I am aware that if I walk out without filling out the postcard and I forgot, I am aware that I can later go to the town clerk and change it back. I just know that it's a lot easier if I purposely, when I registered to vote, I registered as undeclared. And so it's a lot easier for me to just assume I'm undeclared. I go vote and I stay undeclared unless I go purposely change it back. I'm also aware that if this bill passes, then I would just stay undeclared after I vote. And then if I wanted to join a party, I could go to the town clerk and choose to join a party.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members in the room? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Coleman. How much responsibility do you think a voter themselves has in terms of their political affiliation and determining that? Do you think it should be mainly the elected officials, or do you think it should be the voters themselves?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just could not understand the question really clearly.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Whose primary responsibility is it for a voter to determine their political affiliation? Is it up to the election officials, or is it the voter themselves? It's not clear here, based on the testimony, as to where that responsibility lies.
Well, I mean, I think it's the responsibility of the voters to determine their affiliation. I think that this bill keeps it that way because, like I said, we've already determined that we want to be undeclared. And many of us don't really think of it as joining a party when we pick a ballot, even though that is technically what we're doing. And so we just think that, leave us the way we are unless we purposely say we want to join a party.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members in the room? Further questions from members attending electronically? I'm not seeing anybody in this moment for joining us again this morning. Is there anybody else in attendance who wants to speak on 151? Please raise your hand. I'm not seeing anybody. So I am going to close the public hearing on 151. The next item on our agenda for a public hearing at 10 o'clock is House Bill 470. House Bill 470 is relative to the designation of an office on a ballot. And the prime sponsor of this bill, Representative Griffin, that would be Jerry Griffin from Hillsborough 5. It's not with us this morning. It's Representative Sweeney. Would you please introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the Election Law Committee. I'll be brief. This bill requires the Secretary of State to highlight the maximum number of votes a voter may cast for an office. It looks as if this would just require the Secretary of State shall highlight such phrase using either a different font, color, watermark, or other method at the Secretary's discretion. And that's what's in the bill and all I know of it. So I can take questions, but that's...
No, you can't.
No, I can't. Thank you.
Is there anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this bill? Any panelists want to say anything? This is not the first time the sponsor has not been here for the legislation. In deference to the unusual circumstances that we're running this year, I am asking somebody, and I don't care who the prime sponsor of the bill is, for somebody to bring it to the floor, to give sponsors an opportunity to contact us after the fact and to deal with it if it's appropriate legislation. I recognize that in past circumstances, sometimes we have simply let the bill wither on the vine if nobody comes to introduce it, but it requires a vote regardless. So my choice is to just get it on the floor regardless of the source, and the committee can then deal with it as it is. So House Bill 470, been introduced by Representative Sweeney. I don't see anybody in attendance or any committee members present with me or electronically who wish to speak to it. Representative Ward, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question, I guess, for Representative Sweeney. What do you suppose they mean by watermark in this bill?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I see Deputy Scanlon on the line here. Do you have any idea, Deputy Scanlon, what they might mean by watermark? Hold on, let me catch you.
Watermark is a paper maker's device. I don't see how that applies to this, but minor point.
Bills, Deputy Scanlon?
I'm here now. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure exactly what the sponsor means by watermark. I think that based on the language in the bill, it is just making a point to give the Secretary of State discretion in how the phrase is highlighted, whether it's a different font, color, watermark, or other method. The statutes generally give the Secretary of State the authority to design the ballot within some parameters that are established in statute. But I think that the sponsor was probably just trying to make all the options available to the Secretary of State to allow him or her to highlight that phrase.
Thank you, Deputy Scanlon. Anybody else with anything on this bill?
do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Lang, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. As long as we have Deputy Scanlon here, I'll ask. I guess I'm trying to understand the reasoning behind this bill. What is the purpose of it and why is it needed?
That's a good question, Representative Lane. I can only speculate as to what the sponsor's intent might be, but I have heard legislators and others coming in the office in the past, just trying to suggest that the number of offices that can be voted on, or the number of candidates for a specific office to be voted on is highlighted. And usually in multi-member districts, some of the large towns, have as many as 10 or 11 state rep candidates on the race. And the individuals that are concerned about this just want to make sure that the voter knows the number of options that they have to vote for. That would be my guess. I'm not trying to speak for the sponsor because again, it's just speculation on my part on what the sponsor's actually is.
Could I have a follow-up, please? If memory serves me correctly, isn't this already on the ballot? I know it is here in Concord. It's already said how many you can vote for.
That's true, Representative Lane. I think what the sponsor is trying to do is highlight that part of the ballot. So where it says vote for not more than 3, they want that highlighted in either a color or a larger font or something that makes that stand out to the voter.
Thank you.
Anybody, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Scanlon. Are you aware of any states that are doing this right now?
I am not.
Of course, Deputy Scanlon probably isn't aware of states that have districts for 9 or 10 representatives either. So, I don't know. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes, another question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be difficult for your office to implement this in any way?
That's a good question, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. I don't think it would be difficult. It is just one more thing that we would have to do in terms of designing the ballot. New Hampshire does have one of the more complex ballots for state elections used around the country, just because of the size of our House of Representatives, for one thing, and the number of offices that we elect. And I can tell you that it is a major project to design the ballots and then proof them. And even with all of the proofing that takes place, we always find an error somewhere. And so to the extent that, we now have to highlight a certain section of the ballot, it simply adds to that complexity.
Thank you. Further questions from people in the room attending electronically? I'm not seeing any. All right, thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to close the hearing on 470. The next item for public hearing this morning is House Bill 570. 570 is a bill permitting certain political organizations to appear on a general election ballot as a minor party after having a nominating committee, a nominating convention. The sponsors are Representative Abramson and Representative LaBranch. If either of those people are in attendance, could they please raise their hand? Representative Abramson joins us. As soon as I press the next button, and if you unmute yourself, Representative Abramson, you are with us. Welcome.
Can you folks hear me?
Go ahead. With us. Good morning. Representative Abramson, we're all set. Good morning at HB 570.
All right, let me see if I can. All right. So this is House Bill 570. This is, my name is Representative Max Abramson, representing Hampton, Hampton Falls, and Seabrook. I'm introducing this bill, House Bill 570, which would allow minor parties to be recognized as such after they've had 500 people from around the state go in and register as members of that particular party. The purpose of the bill is in response to two things, and it's in when we brought up ballot access issues in the past, members of this committee have said, both in hearings and in person, outside of hearings, that there really needs to be some kind of a process for forming a minor party. Most states are, and I'm sure somebody is going to send an email or testify how many states have minor parties, what's called minor party status. New Hampshire, we have, you're either a political organization or you're a major party. And there's nothing in between. There's no stepping up process. You pretty much have, all of the minor parties have had a difficult time in New Hampshire trying to build up membership, because it's very, very difficult in New Hampshire to get on the ballot. We're one of the 10 most difficult states for getting on the ballot. And you have to get 4% of the vote in only one of two statewide offices, either governor or Senate. And about 1/3 of the time, there isn't even a Senate race. So in 2016, my gubernatorial campaign broke some national records for percentages, but also broke a different record. It was the first time in over 20 years that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire had won over 4% of the vote and managed to get ballot access, but that was only for 2 years. So the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire and a few other parties put their candidates on for statewide office in an attempt to get around the or bypass a very difficult process that only minor parties have to go through, which is gathering over 3,000 signatures, which means effectively they have to gather over 6,000 signatures, which was very difficult and I would argue dangerous to do during the coronavirus. Right during the lockdown is when the infection rates were highest. So that created a health hazard, and the Secretary of State's office was contacted, and they said that they wanted to do something about it, but there wasn't anything in statute allowing them to do anything. So we talked with them. The other issue, and I would say the bigger issue, is the actual processing of ballots. When I went in and talked to my town clerk, and when I spoke to other town clerks and city clerks in Nashua and Manchester, and people working in those offices, there's about a 1-month period in August of election years where they have stacks. I don't have a stack with me, but it's about this high for each stack in cities like Manchester, Nashua, that they have to go through for each campaign. In 2016, I believe there were 5 or 6 presidential campaigns, and they all had to go through the same process. And we tried to estimate the total cost of processing all of these in terms of lost time, lost hours, and the amount of money that they spend. And when they're getting hit with that many all at the same time, a lot of towns don't have the money in their budget to put everyone on overtime to do this. So some of your smaller town governments have outsized populations, or in some cases you have some towns where they're getting a disproportionate number of these nominating petitions coming in. You have to go through every single one meticulously, and only about half get accepted as valid. So they have to go over every single line item and every address and check each address that the voter puts in and compare that with the record. So we spoke with the Secretary of State's office about a number of different alternatives that are used, and by far the most cost effective is to simply have voters who want to be members of third parties go into their town or city clerk's office, and when they go to register to vote, just write in whatever political party they'd like to be registered as, and they would be considered under this bill just undeclared, so they could still vote in the state primary if they wanted. So we did discuss this. For members who are new to the committee, we have discussed this minor party question over the years. There is something different about this bill compared to other ballot access bills in that a minor party would not be a major political party. It would be something that would simply hold its nominating convention, I believe, by the end of May or June, before the filing period, to turn all their candidates' names in. But they wouldn't get access to congressional and legislative ballots. They would be able to put their presidential candidate on and vice presidential candidates on. And those candidates, you know, if they won enough votes, would count toward the 4%. Although I'm not sure that that's ever happened. I think maybe Gary Johnson and Bill Weld managed to get 4%. But the other thing is a minor party would only be able to get on for things like county attorney, county sheriff, county commissioner, and a lot of city races if those are partisan. The thinking behind that is if a race is going to be partisan, especially a local race, that that gives a party the chance to highlight how their party is different dealing with, let's say, county attorney. Obviously, the Libertarian Party and the Veterans Party and the Pirate Party are very different from the Republican Party in terms of how they handle prosecution, or the county sheriff's office. They address a lot of their issues very, very differently from the way Republicans do, or even the Green Party might want to. The Green Party wants to highlight how different they are from the Democrats on a lot of prosecutorial issues. So there are a lot of county and local issues that they may want to highlight. So the concern that other members have brought up, that what happens if you have, 3, 4, 5 political parties in Congress or for state legislature, could that just swing the vote one way or the other, and maybe issues of tactical voting and strategic voting, and isn't this going to influence the outcome of legislative races while these political parties are gradually building and getting themselves set up? I felt that for a minor party that there's a certain growth phase, and I think it makes sense for them to start at the county and local level for those partisan races and get themselves established that way, to see if there's a market or if there's an interest there for that political party. About 60% of Americans say that they want a third party in American politics. But so far, none of the third parties, other than maybe the Reform Party, has been able to actually kind of catch fire, and none of them have been able to kind of sustain through their messaging enough to kind of snowball and get elected to higher offices. So there certainly are a lot of minor parties out there right now. Apparently there are a couple of others that are forming right now that are getting a little bit of news coverage. And I think that the fair process would be for them to start small and start in local races.
Thank you, Representative Abramson. From committee members in the room, for Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So you mentioned this nominating convention that a minor party would be able to hold in order to essentially nominate someone. How many people would need to be present at a nominating convention of a minor party for it to be recognized?
That's a good question. Originally, I'd intended to put a minimum number of people in. I think the previous version of this bill was introduced as an amendment just to another bill a couple of years ago, and I think that there was a number in there, something like 100 people. But I decided that if they had 500 registered voters throughout the state, that would probably be sufficient. And I found that it would be, after talking to people, it might be difficult to try to turn in a paper that proves how many people attended that nominating convention. Obviously, if they're turning in a dozen candidates, then they had at least a dozen people present at their convention. But if the committee wants to set a minimum number of 50 or 100 people or some other figure, then I'm fine with that. I'm willing, like I say, with all my bills, I'm willing to amend it if the committee is interested in pursuing this.
Thank you, Representative Aberson. I might just take issue with one thing you just said. When you said if there are 12 people nominated, that means there are at least 12 people present. I have been at many meetings where we have nominated people for things that were not there. So I would hope that political committee meetings did not do that, but it does happen. So are there any other questions from people here in the room or attending online for Representative Aberson? I'm not seeing anybody.
I think that a minor party would have a hard time growing if they tried nominating random people who weren't even there to nominate.
All right, and I'm not seeing any hands up. Last call for people attending electronically to raise their hand to speak on this bill. All right, I'm not seeing anybody. Thank you very much, Representative Aberson, for coming in this morning. I've got to close the public hearing on HB 570. The next item noticed for 10:30, and it is 10:29 by the time I stop talking. It's 10:30 is HB 555 relative to prisoners' voters' rights. The prime sponsor of this bill, Representative Bolden, I believe, is here intended to introduce the bill. Representative Bolden, if you're in attendance, would you please raise your hand? Yes. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. They told me you were here in the building. I'm just not used to it. Welcome, Representative Bolden. Have a seat. And he did raise his hand, just so you can see. So he is raising his hand. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my first time presenting a bill in this kind of forum, so it's kind of weird to be behind it. Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for your time and opportunity to introduce House Bill 555. For the record, my name is Andrew Bolden, and I represent Manchester Ward 5. This bill is a repeat of a bill which this committee saw last year. It passed the committee with a broad bipartisan vote and passed the House on a voice vote. Like most other bills last year, however, it got COVID and died in the Senate. I'd like to start by saying that this bill does not create any rights. If you just read the title of the bill, you might think we're looking to make some major changes here, but I assure you it's much more boring than that. We're not expanding the right to vote with this bill at all. Earlier today, I sent an email to the committee with a packet of information which you will find helpful in evaluating this bill. In this packet, you will find a copy of RSA 654:2-A titled Voters Confined in Penal Institutions. This current law states that a person behind bars can vote by absentee ballot. The only time an individual's right to vote is lost is when they are serving time for a felony conviction, which is addressed in RSA's 654:5 and 607-A:2, which I've also included in the emailed packet. So if you're behind bars awaiting trial, or if you're behind bars because you were convicted of a misdemeanor and are serving time, you are still legally eligible to vote in New Hampshire. And this bill, as I stated previously, doesn't affect that at all. The issue arises when you actually try to request an absentee ballot. It doesn't affect everybody, but it does affect a significant portion of the population. I'll use myself and Madam Chair as an example. If the two of us got arrested together and we were incarcerated at Valley Street Jail in Manchester.
My mind is wandering, right?
And we were incarcerated at Valley Street Jail in Manchester with an election coming up. Only one of us would be able to vote, only one of us would be able to fill out the absentee ballot application and vote in the election. When you look at the absentee ballot application form, Section 2 lists the reasons that you may be entitled to vote by absentee ballot. And obviously you must select one of those reasons. Well, remember that Madam Chair and I are in jail together and we're trying to fill this form out. There's an option that states, I plan to be absent on the day of the election from the city, town, or unincorporated place where I am domiciled. That's the most popular option on this form, and Madam Chair, you would be able to use that option because you are domiciled in Goffstown and were currently in jail in Manchester, but I could not use that option because I am domiciled in Manchester, which happens to be where the jail is. And since I'm still in Manchester, I'm certainly not absent from the city. And obviously none of the other options apply to my situation, so there's a clear problem here. If, however, I am brave enough to submit false information on that form and I actually get a ballot in the mail, it comes with a voter affidavit that I have to fill out, which is on page 6 of your emailed packet. This form is even worse because the affidavit requires me to swear under the penalties of voter fraud that I will be absent from the town or city that I'm domiciled in on election day. Now I have to make a sworn statement, and of course you can see the bold text at the bottom there that indicates that providing false information when voting is a Class A misdemeanor with a maximum sentence of a year in jail and a $2,000 fine. And of course, I'm starting to think that this voting absentee thing isn't really worth the potential to spend yet another year in jail. So House Bill 555 fixes all of this. It simply adds a checkbox to the application form and language to the sworn statement in the affidavit for individuals who are incarcerated pre-trial or serving time for a misdemeanor. I did speak with Deputy Secretary of State Scanlon about this bill last year, and he said that they agree that this is an issue and they're open to adding the language. This concludes my testimony on House Bill 555. Again, I thank the committee for your time and I'm willing to take any questions you have.
Thank you, Representative Holden. Could you, before I take questions, could you refresh our memory as to what the House Bill number was last year?
I don't have that information. I can send it to the committee once I look it up.
I going to the election law bills for this session of, I think it was in the second year. So if you look up this session, 2020 election law, it will show you which bill it was. Questions?
I think it might be 1751 if I remember correctly.
Okay. It's in the second year. The questions for Representative Holden from members of the committee. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you have any idea of how many people roughly might be affected by this in a given year? Are there any statistics on this?
I do not have any statistics for this. However, I would assume that anyone who is domiciled in Manchester who happens to be arrested or serving time for a misdemeanor in the Valley Street Jail, for example, would certainly be affected. I think that number is quite large.
Further questions from committee members present in the room? Any questions from committee? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to say that I have never spent any time in jail, hypothetically or otherwise. But I enjoyed your little explanation.
Thanks.
Well, you know, things can get dry here, so that was fun. But what would happen if a person is in a jail and they request the absentee ballot? And I know they don't spend a lot of time in jail. It's oftentimes spend just a few days. What would happen if the ballot is delivered to the jail and at that point the inmate has gone back to their home community?
Thank you very much for the question. I do want to point out that this also applies to people who are serving time for a misdemeanor, which could be up to a year in jail. So for those people, I think that wouldn't be an issue. For people who are only going to be in jail for a short time, that's something that they might be aware of, and they may not request the absentee ballot application or the absentee ballot. If they do get out of jail, unexpectedly, they can contact their city clerk to update their address and have their absentee ballot either resent or sent to their home address. They also have the option, anyone who does not, or anyone who requests an absentee ballot who chooses not to fill out the ballot can show up at the polling place and just vote like a normal individual would.
Further question, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How did you become aware of this issue? Do you have any real people that you have spoken to who have brought this to your attention because it affected them?
Thank you for the question. While I didn't run into anyone who were specifically affected by this issue, I did run into a number of people during my campaign who believed that they were not eligible to vote because they were felons. And I informed them after doing some research that once you've served your time as a felon, you do have your rights restored. It was during that time, during that research, that I found that voters who are incarcerated can vote absentee, and that's something that I didn't realize that they could. And so I wondered how many people actually take advantage of that, and I started to look into it, and I kind of put myself in their position, not physically, obviously, and I looked at the forms, and I realized that that this problem exists, and that I myself, if I was arrested, would not be able to legally exercise my right to vote under the circumstances.
Thank you. Representative Bergeron.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative, I do remember the bill from last session. It was actually House Bill 1651, so you were close when you said 1751. And I'm looking at page 2, line 23 of the bill, which states as one of the checkoff points, I am confined in a penal institution for a misdemeanor or while awaiting trial. And that's the exact same language that was used last session. But I'm looking at it now, and I'm wondering, is it conceivable that someone could be confined in a penal institution for a felony and also awaiting trial? And like, this is an either-or situation. I'm wondering if there's going to be wordsmithing that might need to be done for this.
Thank you for the question. What I think you're saying, I just want to clarify, you're saying somebody who's accused of a felony who's being held pre-trial, like for murder or whatever?
No, actually, what I'm saying is, let's say someone has already been convicted of a felony. He is serving time for a felony, but he's also awaiting trial for some other reason. And where this is an either-or scenario in line 23, they could say, well, I'm awaiting trial, therefore I'm entitled to an absentee ballot.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. I do see what you're saying. However, I would point out that felons do not have the right to vote, regardless of what options may or may not present themselves on this form. We could say the same thing if a felon was currently in jail in a town that they weren't domiciled in. They could say, well, I'm certainly going to be absent, so I think I can apply. I'm certainly open to amending the language to make it more clear, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my only question.
Well, in follow-up to that question, Representative Holden, it would appear that the language fix for that, which might be duplicate to the law, would be work or waiting trial, and I am not a convicted felon. But arguably, under that circumstance, wouldn't you add that to every exclusion? And I am not a convicted felon, right? I mean, because somebody's in jail doesn't mean I can be a convicted felon and be absent. I could be absent from Goffstown. I could have been convicted of the felony, released. You're still in jail for whatever you did. And then if I'm absent from Goffstown, that I almost have two. Well, I would still not be able to say I was absent from Goffstown because I was a convicted felon. I didn't say that very well, but I think it's a little bit like it would apply to every example.
I'm not sure I understand the question that you're asking me.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I butchered that terribly, so I will ask. Anybody else has any questions or can clarify what I just said? Okay. All right, other questions from anybody for the sponsor representative? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Also signed up to speak for this bill is Kaya Randolph. Kaya Randolph, if you're in attendance, could you raise your hand? Thank you very much. Welcome to the Election Law Committee. Promote you, and you have been, and if you unmute, you will be with us.
Hello, committee members. My name is Kaya Randolph, and I am submitting testimony on behalf of the New Hampshire High School Democrats and the New Hampshire Young Democrats. I am testifying in support of HB 555 because this should not be a partisan issue. Past legislation grants prisoners the right to vote. Therefore, the debate around this bill is not whether or not prisoners should be allowed to vote, but instead if we would like to make democracy accessible for all eligible participants. Do we want people's voices to be heard, or should we be complicit in allowing this problem to exist? This bill makes it clear on absentee ballots that prisoners are allowed to vote. It allows for prisoners to accurately describe their circumstances on absentee ballots, addressing an issue of unclear or false information. There are no drawbacks besides an extra 2 clauses having to be printed, and the benefits include giving eligible citizens a role in choosing their representatives, supporting our democracy, and upholding their right to vote. This concludes my testimony. The benefits of this bill clearly outweigh the costs. I implore you to vote in support of HB 555. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for joining us here this morning. Is there anybody here who would like to ask Ms. Randolph a question? Is there anybody online who would like to ask her a question? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Next signed up to speak for this is Jean Pasqua from the ACLU. Welcome. I think you're with us and ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Jeannie Hareska. I'm the political director for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning in support of HB 555, which we consider a simple housekeeping bill. We testified in support of HB 1651 last session, and so we're thrilled to be back before you this year. As the prime sponsor did a great job explaining this bill, so I'll just reiterate that this bill does not expand voter eligibility. Were this bill to be enacted, no individual would be allowed to vote who is currently unable to, nor would anybody be allowed to vote absentee who is currently unable to. So it's not about changing eligibility, it's just about clarifying absentee ballot forms and making sure that people who are eligible to vote can accurately fill out absentee ballot forms, both the request form and the affidavit form. And I just wanted to note that people who are detained pre-trial in particular could be released back into their community any day, including shortly after an election, if charges are dropped or if they're found not guilty. And people jailed on a misdemeanor will return to their community in the near future. It's in our collective best interest to make sure that people who are released are able to successfully re-enter their community. And part of that is ensuring that they retain ties to their community, such as civic engagement achieved through the act of voting. So we really do think it's important that people who are eligible to vote are able to do so. And so again, this is just a housekeeping measure that makes sure that eligible voters are able to vote absentee. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Election Law Committee for this year. I think it's the first time we've heard from you. Any questions from any panelists present in the room? Representative
Esposito.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying. I just had a quick question, which is, do you by chance know the average wait time for bookings in like a place like Valley Street, where a lot of people get held?
I'm not sure what the average time is. I will say it has certainly extended during COVID. There are very, very few trials happening right now. And so for people who are being detained pre-trial, their wait is likely to be significantly longer given current circumstances.
Can I follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up, Representative.
Thank you. And so in theory, yeah, somebody could miss out on an election. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I would just note, yes, people can be absent during an election. In response to one of the questions previously asked about that, you know, if you're detained, for instance, in July or August, and you're not sure if you're still going to be detained in November, you know, you can certainly still request an absentee ballot form. And then if you're released in time, you get to go vote in person. But if you're not, you have the form. There were a number of people last year, right, who requested absentee ballot forms and then chose to vote in person in the end because they were able to, they felt safe enough to do so. So we don't think that this impedes people from voting who may get released right before an election.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us this morning with your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Cynthia Walter has also asked to speak to this bill. She is with us, and if she unmutes, we should be all set. Ms. Walter, if you unmute, we should be all set.
Hello, I just unmuted. Thank you. Yes, I don't want to repeat what other folks have said. I wasn't clear on all the nuances of voting rights within New Hampshire. I've just come to live here in the last year and a half. But I think what the high school students said, and also is important about clarifying to all incarcerated people what their rights, their abilities are to obtain the absentee ballot is very important. And also we have to remember these folks are still paying taxes. So we do want to clarify their accessibility to vote because they're still taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Walter. Also signed up to speak is Louise Spencer. I thought I had promoted you, Louise, but I'm having a hard time. If somebody can help me out, that would be great. Louise, Ms. Spencer, you're with us. If you unmute, we should be all set. Ms. Spencer, you're with us.
Hi. I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you for taking my testimony on this bill. I think all the points that I was going to make have been covered. So I just will say that I am fully in support of this piece of legislation. It's based primarily on conversations I've had with people in my door-to-door canvassing who had believed that they, like the sponsor, who encountered people who believed that they were not able to vote because of their convictions, their prior convictions, and seeing the joy on people's faces when they realized that, in fact, they could participate once again in civic engagement. It just shows me that, you know, all of us, all walks of life, all lived experiences, the right to vote is something that we value tremendously, and making that clear to people, even in their lowest moments in time, that we still value their voice, I think is really important. So thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Spencer this morning in the committee room or online? I'm not seeing anything, so we're all set. To speak on this bill is John Atherton. Mr. Atherton, if you're attending electronically, if you could raise your hand, that would be great. Because I am not seeing you. Maybe Mr. Atherton could not join us. Is there anybody else present this morning attending electronically who would like to testify on HB 555? Please raise your hand. We'd be happy to hear from you. I'm not seeing anybody, so I am going to close the public hearing on House Bill 555 and open the public hearing on 551. 551 is relative to a statewide database. This hearing was noticed for 11 o'clock. So I am actually looking at the clock and realizing that I need to wait a few minutes. So we will temporarily recess and be back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, video and audio has been
And
restored.
Representative Sweeney, you make a call to action. Oh, no, he's here. Good morning, everybody. Election Law Committee is back. It is 11 o'clock, and we are scheduled for a hearing on House Bill 551 relative to the statewide voter database. This bill requires that the statewide centralized voter registration database be made publicly available in electronic format free of charge, provided that the Secretary of State may allow for limited exceptions when a compelling reason exists to do so. The prime sponsor of this bill, Representative Kofal, is with us today. And you join us on the panel, Representative, and if I could just ask that after you're with us here this morning, if you could go online and log in if you haven't done so already, that you're speaking on the bill, it makes the electronic record on the bill complete. Welcome. Representative, you're all set.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of the committee for hearing HB 551. My name is Representative Jim Kofalt. I represent Hillsborough District 4, which includes Wilton, Lineborough, Greenville, and Francistown. I think we would all agree that transparency is really foundational to good government. For over 50 years, our state has enshrined that principle under RSA 91A, which is probably the best known RSA in the state of New Hampshire. And there's good reason for that. Meaningful citizen participation rests on the public's ability to access information. Over and over again, throughout the past century, we have seen situations where waste, fraud, and abuse were exposed because of people's ability to access public information through Right to Know, or at the federal level through the Freedom of Information Act. Current law says that the statewide voter database is private and confidential. Elsewhere, it says otherwise, because the statewide voter database, in fact, is not actually private and confidential. RSA 654, Section 31 states that the statewide voter database will be made available to political parties, candidates, and political committees for a fee. In addition to that, anyone who wants to get their town's voter list, or a city or town's voter list, can do so. It's not private information. It is, however, inconvenient. There is generally a fee involved. It may be provided sometimes in hard copy, which usually, consumes quite a lot of paper and time to assemble, I would think. And it can be provided in electronic format. So the state has the full list, and
Representative Kofalt, we just lost your audio.
not private.
Representative Kofalt, we just lost your audio for a minute, so if you could just back up a bit in your testimony, that would be great.
There's a great deal of
Representative Kofalt, we are not hearing you. And I suspect it's your connection. Representative Kofalt, are you hearing me? Can you go on video, please, Representative Kofalt? I have no idea if you're hearing me.
these packs and
Kofalt, I am not hearing you. Your connection is not good. You are going in and out. Can you change to video?
changing to video will likely make the problem worse. If it is acceptable, I will switch to phone audio, which I think I can do fairly quickly. Would you prefer that?
Actually just come back on very clearly. So I don't know what was going on there for a minute.
Okay. I apologize for that. I'll try to get through this quickly. So, I guess the bottom line is that ordinary citizens who want access to what is and should be public information are at a disadvantage. They don't have the deep pockets to fork out $8,000 for the list. As I said, the list is not private or confidential. The state does get about $100,000 a year on average, 90% of which goes to cities and towns. But if you do some very simple math, that's an average of about $385 per city or town per year. But putting that aside, I would say that we don't charge for other government records. So it seems inconsistent that we would charge for this. I would also cite Part 1, Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which states that government should be open, accessible, accountable, and responsive. To that end, the public's right of access to governmental proceedings and records shall not be unreasonably restricted. So for this reason, I ask you to support HB 551 with a recommendation of ought to pass.
Great, thank you very much, Representative, and your voice came in just fine after that. Is there anybody present in the room? Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question in your presentation. My question is on the last line there of the bill, line 23. Do you have an example of, or could you define a compelling interest?
Thank you, Representative Mooney. Yes. There are some people who have a restraining order in effect against a stalker or an abusive partner, and have a compelling reason to not have their information disclosed on a public list. So, I believe that there are limited cases that would be decided at the discretion of the Secretary of State, where there is a compelling interest to not reveal the location or address of such people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative, in your testimony, you were talking about access to the voter checklist, but the bill talks about providing access to the voter database. The database is a lot more complex than just the checklist. It's really the software that is interacting with the end users, the applications, the capturing of data, the queries, and so on. Is it your intent that the public should have free access to the code that's behind the data that's being provided on the checklist?
It is not, and I apologize for my imprecise language. I am referring to the data itself, and if need be, we can clean up the language to make that clear. Today, if one is to purchase the statewide voter database, I believe that is provided in the form of a series of Excel or CSV files. It includes information such as name, address, voting history, and so forth. It's actually defined, the contents of the database are actually defined in RSA 654-31. But the intention really is to make available to the public that which is currently available for people who can afford to spend $8,000 on it.
Further question, Madam Chairman?
Senator Bergeron, go ahead.
And then as a follow-up to that, how come you chose not to repeal the fee structure that appears in 655-31? It does say that these checklists shall be provided to any person requesting the copies. You know, in your statute, in your bill, you're saying there's no fee, but you haven't removed the fee in another provision of state law. Should it be?
Yeah, I think it should be, yes. And I will add that I actually think that there may be another provision that needs to be changed, which is or clarified, which is that in RSA
We'll to Representative Kofalt again in the RSA.
RSA 654-31, it also states that the voter
Representative Kofalt, we're losing you again. I don't know what's happening. Representative Kofalt. I'm going to ask him to call back in if he has more that he wants to say and move on to another attendee. And Deputy Scanlon, unless you have a specific question, I'll probably wait to the end to recognize you. Representative Kofalt. All right, I'm going to move on. If we can mute Representative Kofalt, that would be great. Someone.
I apologize. I think my audio went out. It sounds like I'm back now.
Audio did go out, so why don't you, if you want to call back in, if you want to add to your testimony, I'm going to go on to Representative Corrigan. Bill Scanlon is going to speak to the bill, and if that should give you time to call back in, and we'll go back to you to see what you want to add at that point. All right.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. First time we've run into that. So we're doing the best we can. Representative Conley, you are with us. I understand you would like to speak to House Bill 551.
Yeah, so I'm against. I mean, I think I'm against passing it at this time. The basic idea may have some merit, but it's probably not something that needs to be done this year while we have limited capacity here in the House. I mostly raised my hand to correct something that I thought I heard the previous member said, which was that government records should always be provided free. There are a number of valid cases why the government can charge a fee for certain records. And in case of the voter database, that I think there's probably a good justification for it. We'll certainly hear a lot about it. We'll probably hear a good explanation from Secretary Scanlon if he chooses to speak. But there's a number of areas where the government charges for records, and as of course you know better than most of us, Madam Chairman, because you served on the Judiciary Committee, which deals with the right to know law, and and of course if we gave away all government records for free, that would cripple a lot of functions of government, such as the Registry of Deeds. But that's a topic for another bill and another committee. So anyway, I oppose this bill, and I thought there's an assertion made in the Representative Kofalt's testimony that was incorrect. So I just thought I'd try to correct it. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's about all I have to say about this. So
thank you, Representative Corrigan. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Corrigan about what he said? Either.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative Morgan, for joining us again. Also with us, as I stated, is Deputy Secretary Scanlon is with us.
I'm here, Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. Here in opposition to the bill as it is written, I would agree with Representative Bergeron's interpretation of what this bill does is it makes available the entire database of the registered voters in New Hampshire and all of the information that goes along with that. We were required under the Help America Vote Act that passed back in 2000, I think it was 2003, somewhere around there, 2002, to, along with every other state in the country that did not already have one, to create a centralized statewide voter database. And that those databases were required to have certain information in them, which includes things like not only the voter's name and address, but birth dates, last 4 digits of social security numbers, driver's license numbers, naturalization information, along with many other things. When the state legislature decided to go ahead and create the database, it was a matter of policy to keep as much of that private information of the voters private. And so the law was written the way that, that it was written. I can tell you that when voters believe that private information from the database has gotten out, and we have done a fantastic job protecting that information, they get upset. And we frequently get calls from voters saying, how did you get my phone number? Well, those phone numbers come from actually other lists that are put together out there because the state does not collect that type of information. Whenever we participated in the Interstate Crosscheck program, we agreed to provide the public part of the checklist to the federal government to conduct that match. Many voters believing that their private information was at stake certainly let us know about their concern in that regard, even though it was not being made available. To get to Representative Kofalt's bill, and based on his testimony, it sounds to me like he's talking about the public part of the checklist, which is made available to candidates, political parties, and political committees. The state can only sell a statewide list to a candidate running for office, a political party, or a political committee that's registered in New Hampshire. And the information that we are allowed to provide is simply the voter's name, both their mailing and physical address, and their party affiliation. And in the statewide list, we can provide voter history for the last 2 years. Any voter, any person actually, they don't have to be a voter, but any person can go to the town and obtain the checklist for that town, the public checklist, which contains the information that I just mentioned, for a fee. And I believe the fee is $25 for the first 1,500 names, and then it's 50 cents per 1,000 names after that. The reason that there is a fee charged is because the supervisors of the checklist in each town and the board of registrars in each city are the individuals that actually maintain the list. They are the only ones that can add names to a list, that can take names off the list, and there is an effort involved in doing that. And so the $25 fee for obtaining a checklist at the local level is to help compensate them for that effort. The monies that we collect at the state level, the $8,000, I think it's around $8,400 now to purchase a statewide list, is also recognizing the effort on the part of the town, because all but $500 of that amount gets sent back to the cities and towns at the same level that the town or the city would have collected if that same list was sold locally. So that's the reason in the fiscal note you see $90,000 of the roughly $100,000 that we collect in a year is given back to the cities and towns to help compensate them for the effort that goes into maintaining the list. Also, the statewide database is dynamic. It changes by the minute. It is it's constantly receiving information. Information is being updated by the supervisors of the checklist. Again, names added, names being removed, along with all of the confidential and private information that goes along with that. So, it certainly is not static. It's certainly, when we provide a checklist, it's a snapshot in time. And the checklist that we would provide today, either at the state level or at the local level, will be different tomorrow, which will be different from the day after that. I think I've made all of the points that need to be made on this. It's just, if we're talking about the public checklist, that is the domain of the legislature in establishing the policy, what fees we should charge, what's appropriate. who can obtain it. But in terms of the private and confidential data that we hold on each individual voter, that is separate and distinct. And we have made a very strong commitment in the past that we would maintain that confidentiality, and we will certainly continue to fight to do that. So with that, Madam Chair, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Deputy Scanlon from members in the room, Representative Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Scanlon, for taking this question. Rick, the prime sponsor say that his intent wasn't to allow that private information. If an amendment was done, so it was only the public information. Would that alleviate your concern with this legislation?
Representative Trojan, yes, if the information we're talking about is what's already currently public, I think that's, that's the realm of the legislature to decide what fees are appropriate to charge. Understanding, the reason for the fees that we charge that I just described.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from members in the room, members attending electronically? Any questions? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you aware of any states that are doing what this bill proposes? And let's say it would be amended like Representative Trojan talked about. Are you aware of any states where that public data is made available to everyone who wants it?
Not specifically, Representative Perdomo O'Brien. I am aware that each state is responsible for determining what's going to be private on their lists and what is not, and so different states have different laws, and some states may be providing information that we would consider confidential more freely than we are.
Thank you. Other members of the committee who have a question for Deputy Scanlon? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Deputy Scanlon.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this bill? We are currently in a hearing on House Bill 551. I see that Representative Kofalt has joined us on the phone. Representative Kofalt. Did you want to add something to your testimony, Representative Kofalt? Go ahead. I see him on my screen. So,
my apologies. Can you hear me now?
and thank you, Representative Kofalt.
Again, I apologize for the audio issues. I am on the phone now. I think it should be good. I think Mr. Scanlon has brought up some issues that are quite important. As somebody who is very concerned about privacy issues myself, I would not want to be putting forth legislation that compromises private and confidential information. The intent of the bill is, in fact, to make the information available that is widely available or that is available currently to political candidates, political action committees, and parties. And I will add that there are a number of states that do make this information publicly available and actually have it posted online. Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Michigan, Ohio, Oklahoma, and Rhode Island. May not be a complete list, but that is a list of states that have this kind of information available online publicly.
Thank you, Representative Kofalt. Questions, Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just repeat those states for me a little slower? Arkansas?
Yes. Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Michigan, Ohio, Oklahoma, and Rhode Island.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I would, as after we're finished here, I would ask if the committee would be open to amendments that would clarify some of the questions that have come up here.
Representative Kofal, thank you for the question. As far as I know, the committee is always open for amendments. The other issue is Representative Kofal is in regards to the House, and this is a general opening statement for other members of the committee to chime in. It's a little out of order from normal business, but Representative Kofal has asked a question about an amendment. Representative Kofal, I think, joins the House for the first time. So welcome to the House and welcome to the Election Law Committee. We are in the first of a two-year session, and we all heard Representative Corrigan suggest that while there might be some merit to this bill, given the session, the challenges, and I would point out the year of the session where the budget is really the priority, this may or may not be something that the committee wants to work on to do an amendment, or may not be something the committee has the ability to work on an amendment. Representative Kofal is learning, as we all know, that we ask the OLS for amendments to statute or to do certain things, and inevitably during public hearings we find out, especially in election law, that there are other statutes that are impacted that need to be looked at. So one example of how the committee might deal with things that they think are of merit that maybe are not going to otherwise be able to be dealt with this session is that bills can be retained with the report as to what should happen with them, so that further work can be done on them, whereas ITLs will end the subject matter for this session. So I just put that out there as a general statement on all the bills the committee is working on, because I think this is an example of a bill that had other statutes that were impacted but not addressed in the drafting by OLS. And it has things that are going to require, I suspect, a few good minds to work on an amendment. So Representative Kofal, I thank you for bringing the bill forward. And I think the committee is going to have a discussion on how to proceed on this bill and other bills. But if you have an amendment that you would like to work on, or contact a committee member to work with you on it, please do so. Both representatives do that routinely in regards to legislation that comes up before a committee that has any issue with it. Anybody else want to speak in regards to either this bill, which is House Bill 551, or what I just spoke about in regards to the process that is a challenge for all of us? I'm not seeing anything, so I'm going to close the public hearing on 551. The next public hearing scheduled for today is House Bill 370. That was scheduled for public hearing to start at 370. This is relative to the election of electors of the President and Vice President of the United States. The prime sponsor is Representative Belanger, who joins us today. And if you could unmute Representative Belanger, I think we are all set.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Madam Chair, if you mind me asking, was there an amendment submitted today in regards to this bill?
For 370, I am not aware of any, but I am not a last minute electronic person. I need to see
Yes, Madam Chair.
in print ahead of time. Do you have an amendment, Representative Berry?
No, ma'am, we received an unapproved amendment from Max Abramson that was forwarded to the committee last night.
Okay, that would have been outside of my wheelhouse. So apparently something came in last night from Representative Abramson, and I apologize, Representative Belanger. I saw that you were the prime sponsor and you were in attendance, but I do not have you on the sign-up list. Did you mean to speak to this bill?
I'm sorry, what was the, are you asking me if I mean to speak to this bill?
Yes, yes. I'm on the sign-up sheet. I just sort of recognized you, so I'm sorry.
Oh, I would hope so. That's why I'm here, right?
All right, well, just if you could, after the hearing today, if you could go online and sign in on the bill, and that way the record will be complete electronically that you have spoken on the bill.
Okay.
All right, Representative Belanger, I am looking around the committee room here and I'm not seeing a lot of enlightened faces as to the amendment. So I'm going to assume that's going to be true for most of the members participating electronically. So why don't you tell us about the bill and the amendment?
Thank you. Again, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Representative Cody Belanger, and I represent Rockingham District 9 from Epping. I first want to thank everybody for hearing my testimony today. I know you guys all have a long day and many bills to look over, so I appreciate it, and I'll try and keep it as brief as I possibly can. Today, I'm here to ask you to support House Bill 370. This bill does not split up our electoral college votes by district or state, similar to the Maine and Nebraska approach. Similar to recent Senate Bill 43, that would have done exactly that and was unanimously killed by the Senate. For years, presidents have been elected by the Electoral College. The Electoral College ensures all areas of the country have a voice in who is chosen to lead our great country and has a built-in way to limit what areas of the country have their concerns heard on the campaign trail. That protection is that no one knows before the election where the battleground areas are, and putting too much effort in one area might lead to a win in one area, but losses everywhere else. HB 370 brings that same system into existence at the state level. We as New Hampshireans love our uniqueness. We hold our first in the nation primary, even if Nevada wants to challenge that. We are one of the few states that doesn't have a lieutenant governor, but what we have, even more uniquely, is an executive council, which is why it shouldn't be surprising that we would come up with our never tried before method to try to bring the benefits of the Electoral College to our state level, which makes such an attractive state to come to during presidential elections. HB 370 would continue to boost our profile at the national level. It makes us even more unique than we already are. An argument will be made that this is political, but the data doesn't support that. The Electoral College is so important that everyone has a voice in who they elect. A candidate who wishes to become president must obtain a plurality of votes in a majority of the 5 districts. This means that a presidential candidate has to go to Berlin, Colebrook, Sandwich, and most importantly, Dixville Notch, which holds the first in the first election, instead of just having to go to Manchester, Nashua, Portsmouth, and Concord. This bill makes presidential candidates fight harder for our votes. I ask you to please support this bill as written, not the amendment, and I'm happy to take any questions this committee may have.
Thank you, Representative Belanger. Is there anybody here in the committee room who has questions for the representative? Anybody attending online with questions? I'm not seeing any questions, Representative Belanger. Representative Belanger, you mentioned an amendment. Could you just tell us what we're going to see in this amendment?
So I don't exactly know what is entirely in the amendment, but I know that it would completely rewrite the method behind and the intent behind this bill, and I do not support that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Representative and Representative you should be with us, and if you unmute. With us. Representative, if you can unmute. Representative Gilchrist. Thank you. With us.
Madam Chairman,
Right.
were you calling on me?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, and I am a co-sponsor and happy to support this bill. I was briefed a little bit on Representative Abramson's amendment, and it changed the method to splitting up the electoral votes by popular vote. And I think that that is just a step on the way to splitting up our electoral votes by national popular vote. And I think that that type of bill kind of changes the whole, or an amendment changes the whole purpose of this bill and should be presented on its own in November and not as an amendment to this bill. And so I think that I value the Electoral College, and I think that some of the protections that that the Electoral College gives the whole country will be valuable for New Hampshire to adopt, especially in light of concerns ongoing about the security of our elections. And so I think this is one way that we will be able to bootstrap our elections to make sure that it's harder to game our elections in New Hampshire. So I thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Are there any questions from the members in the room? Representative Lane, do you have a question?
Yes, I would interested to know why doing this by executive council is more representative of the state than it's currently being done.
Thank you for the question. So currently, there are places in New Hampshire that have like the Seacoast or like the northern parts of the state, which may have different priorities than other parts of the states, whether it be fishing or crossing, people trade between Canada, et cetera, whereas other parts of the states like Nashua may be concerned more about the relationship to Boston and the tech industry, et cetera. And so when you allow each section of the state to kind of have a voice in that opinion, instead of being overwhelmed like the places in the north, their voices may not be heard as much because of the voices in in Nashua, let's say, for example, are much louder voices because there's more people in that place. That doesn't necessarily mean that those people in the north or in the Seacoast, et cetera, their concerns aren't valid and should not be considered as a person who we are choosing to represent New Hampshire as a whole. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions from committee members? Representative Muirhead, I'm sorry I missed you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I'm curious about whether your proposal might make it possible for a presidential candidate to win New Hampshire's electoral votes without winning the most votes in the state at large.
So thank you for the question. Yes, it would be possible, but they would have to win in a wide area. So electoral districts, as you know, are meant to be divided up by equally throughout the state by population, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's choices for who they would choose would be equally distributed throughout the state. So if 2/3 of the state chose, or if a majority in 2/3 of the state would choose one, but a higher percentage in the if 3/5 of the state chose one, but a higher majority in the leftover 2 states, or the leftover 2 districts were choose the opposite, it's potentially possible that those 2 districts would not would be enough to overwhelm the margin of difference in the other 3 electoral college, or the electoral executive council districts. I'm sorry. So yes, it is theoretically possible.
Thank you. Further questions from panelists? That would be committee members. Representative Wayne.
Yes, this is a bit of a follow-up to my former question. If I understand you correctly, then you are saying that when you look at, say, Executive Council District 2, that the people in Keene and the people on the Seacoast have the same interests. Because is that correct? Do I understand you to say that?
It will depend how the electoral districts or the executive council districts are drawn under this new in the new map, whether or not those 2 would be in the same electoral or the same executive council district. And so you can make an argument that you could go even smaller and say, you know, it at the town level should be decided, but I think that would that's fine, an argument to make. I'm not saying that it has to be electoral college districts, or not electoral college, the executive council districts. Sorry, I'm not saying that it has to be that. I'm just saying that the benefits of bringing the electoral college system to New Hampshire would be one, that it would offer the opportunity for different parts of the states to have their voices heard, and it would also offer protections as far as security of the elections, insofar that it's harder to game a system like that. Whereas, you know, people talking about, people voting that from a temporary housing or a vacation rental or something like that, whether or not they were allowed to vote. You know, some people from vacation towns are being, I think, unfairly maligned by other towns by saying, you know, whether or not these people are allowed to vote in their town. And so if they weren't allowed, if it was in a different section and it didn't
Representative, we're going to move on to any other questions. Thank you. Representative Esposito.
I waived my question. I apologize, but I thank you for your time, Mr. Chair. I waived my question.
Thank you. Any other questions from panelists? That would be committee members. You can present in the room or participate electronically. I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Representative, for your testimony here this morning. The next person who has signed up to speak on this bill is Linda Bundy. If Ms. Bundy is present, could you please raise her hand and we will bring you up. Thank you very much. Maybe I should be a teacher. I'm finally getting this raise your hand thing. Ms. Bundy, if you unmute yourself, you will be with us to testify on HB 370. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning to you and members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Linda Bundy and I'm a voter from Antrim. I am speaking in opposition to HB 370. Currently, all presidential electors are awarded to the presidential candidate who wins a plurality of the popular vote in our state. If HB 370 is enacted and electors of the President and Vice President of the United States are designated by the party that receives a plurality of votes in a plurality of Executive Council districts, it is conceivable that the presidential electors could be awarded to a candidate who did not win a plurality of the popular vote while still winning a plurality of the Executive Council districts. All votes would not carry the same weight. As demonstrated in 2011, voting districts can be unfairly manipulated during the redistricting process to take advantage of the system. A gerrymander like Executive Council District 2 could unfairly deprive voters of the power of their vote. That's neither the New Hampshire nor the American way. Additionally, if there were an absence of a plurality in the Executive Council districts and the New Hampshire Senate awarded the electors, the result could be even further removed from the wishes of the voters. For these reasons, I oppose HB 370. I believe that one person, one vote is what matters in determining which candidates are awarded New Hampshire's electoral votes. Thank you for your time.
When you're testifying. Is there anybody here in the room or anybody attending electronically who has any questions for Ms. Bundy? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Representative Corrigan. Representative Corrigan, welcome again to the Election Law Committee. Representative Corrigan, you should be all set. Representative Corrigan, you're all set.
Thank you. Yes, I was even added as a panelist so you can see me. So I actually put on a tie today. So that's
You need to turn the video on. I'm not getting a tie.
okay. Well, maybe I need. Anyway, I do have one on. So I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan. I represent. Oh, here we go. I represent Stratford County District 6. This is the towns of Durham and Madbury. So that's in the Seacoast. I have lived in Grafton County in the past, which is the North Country, and believe me, the presidential candidate campaigns paid plenty of attention to us up there. I have lived at various times in the past in large states, and well, they're as American as anyone else. I've lived in New York and California, but anyway, the timing of this bill is, I think, could not be worse. I mean, it was probably filed, back in November, long before the events of January 6, 2021, when a mob invaded the Capitol during the official count of the 2020 electoral votes. So that, and of course, that invasion turned what should have been a routine ceremony honoring the.
Representative Corrigan, let's speak to the bill.
All right, thank you. So we in New Hampshire, we were fortunate we had an unambiguous presidential election here in the Granite State. Biden and Harris won a free, fair, and well-run election by a comfortable margin. 48% of New Hampshire's voters were disappointed by their vote, but 100% of those voters can be confident that the vote count was correct. And the Electoral College is an ancient but controversial institution because, amongst other problems, it's possible for one presidential candidate to win the popular vote without winning the presidency. This happened most recently in 2016, and that's some written testimony. I go on about what happened over the last 4 years. Let's just say it was not all good. And the previous president, he was not reelected in November. So not being reelected is pretty a normal occurrence, which happened to many other presidents who served during bad times, including some presidents who copied in a popular. Excuse me. With me, but I'm trying to. Anyway, okay. It's bad enough that a president can win the Electoral College without winning popular vote nationwide. And actually, this year, what happened nationwide, it should have been it was a pretty much of a clear cut. The result was pretty clear cut nationwide. I mean, their election was not entirely without problems, but it's pretty obvious who won and who lost, and the side that won got a comfortable majority of the Electoral College and actually got the popular vote. But anyway, but it's bad. This could but it's even worse. This could happen here statewide. Our electoral votes could go to a candidate who didn't win the statewide popular vote, because it's certainly, in fact, this probably might have happened in 2020 because we had we'd one electoral college district that was heavily skewed Democratic, and but there's 4 Republican electoral counselors and 1 Democrat, which that's how it goes. So it allows the president to get our state's 4 electoral votes without a majority of statewide vote, or even a plurality, depending on how the votes are distributed between the 5 rather arbitrarily drawn executive council districts. And for good measure, if no ticket wins a plurality of the 5 districts, I mean, that's virtually impossible, especially if the 2-party system stays in place. But the tie vote is broken not by the statewide vote totals, but by the state Senate, and that's makes me a little aggravated to see that, even though it could almost never happen. We did have several state legislators in other states were pressured to ignore, send their own election.
I'm running behind schedule, so I'm going to ask you to stick to.
Okay, I'm almost done here. So that's an objectionable provision that the state Senate would choose the electors, even if it's in a situation that is virtually impossible. The New Hampshire Senate is, by the way, of course, the other problem is which state Senate is going to elect the electors if there is, a deadlock amongst the executive councils. Is it the previous Senate that's voted out of office in November, or is it the incoming Senate? And they only take office a few days before the electors are supposed to meet to cast their votes. So that's problematic right there. So that's basically, as everybody, including one of the co-sponsors, agree, this is a bad bill and it should be killed. But just on aside from the fact it's unworkable, it's a fundamentally bad and unfair idea. So I find it somewhat repugnant to our small d democratic ideals here in New Hampshire. So that's my statement against the bill. So, and
Thank you for me. Is there any person in the room or electronically that has a question for Representative Horgan? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Madam.
Is there anybody else present who wishes to speak to this bill? Cynthia Walter, I see that you have your hand up. I'm welcome to speak to this bill. I am going to ask that you take a few minutes because I am running behind and I have a number of people signed up for the next bill. That will be our last bill of the morning. Welcome, Ms. Walter. Welcome back to the election law today.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I will submit my comments in writing. Thank you.
Could you just tell us if you're in support or?
I'm sorry. I'm strongly opposed to this bill, and I'll outline the mathematics behind it, and also that there's other ways to accomplish the goals of the persons who promoted the bill in the first place. There's better math that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also have other people who wish to speak to this bill. Ms. Spencer joins us, would like to speak. Spencer, you should be with us. If you unmute, we are all set.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my testimony. I hadn't intended to speak, but I do oppose this bill. What made me want to speak, though, were the comments from Representative Jokela, one of the sponsors, who talked about one of the reasons he put this bill forward was concerns about security and making it harder to game the system. And I find it very upsetting when these sorts of comments get put forth with no facts backing them up, no foundation. They're very serious accusations against our election system. We were shown to have a very good election here in New Hampshire. We can be proud of our election integrity, and I just could not let such claims go unanswered. So with that, I'll end my testimony, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Spencer from committee members in the room or attending electronically? I'm not seeing any. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to House Bill 370? I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 370, and I'm going to open the next public hearing. The next public hearing is on, excuse me, that was 370. Public hearing on HB 420 relative to the with us, somebody is on mute. Representative Wolf, welcome. Are you here to continue?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. Of all that the legislature will do in this session, one of the most important is to establish new electoral district maps following the 2020 census, whenever that is completed. This bill, which has bipartisan support, requires that the committee appointed to consider redistricting shall have an open and transparent process with specific defined goals and objectives and criteria. These shall be such that it is clear to all what the process shall be. HB 428 specifies the redistricting process be made accessible to the public in several ways. First, it requires the committee to define its priorities and intentions for map drawing. The committee shall solicit input from local and county election officials to assist in its work. Upon releasing a preliminary plan, this legislation requires a public hearing in each county with at least 20 days notice of such hearing. And any preliminary plan shall be released to the public at least 30 days before the first hearing on the final plan. It further requires map drafts to be posted on some public access website. On page 2, the bill states that the final report shall include a summary of all public input, all draft plans, and data considered and used by the committee. And it must state the plan's adherence to its original criteria for drawing the districts. Any final plan, including maps, must be noticed at least 7 days prior to holding a hearing. The public has become far more aware of the importance of redistricting in the past 10 years. As the legislature gets ready to do its work to draw new maps, voters of both parties and undeclared voters are demanding transparency and fairness. This bill still leaves the process in the hands of the legislature, and that's an important thing to note. By making this process transparent and welcoming of public input, the voters of all parties will have greater confidence in the fairness of the final plan. I hope that we can continue to have bipartisan support for this transparency bill. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Representative.
apologize, Madam Chairman, I did not wear my tie today.
That you still won't say anything. Thank you for joining us. So questions from committee members for Representative Wolf, from committee members in the field or attending electronically? I'm not seeing any. Representative Wolf, I actually have a couple of questions. I would presume that in regards to public hearings, the presumption is that your intent would be for as many members as possible for any such committee to be present at public hearings. Does that make sense?
That does, but as I have learned and come out of the dinosaur age in the last 3 or 4 months, I've learned of the ability to use electronic communication, such as the Zoom conference that we're on right now. So I don't think they physically have to be present.
All right. And I have a question in regards to the effective date The act would take effect 60 days after its passage. And we know what the time frame is for bills working their way through this session. Is it your intent that this would apply to a redistricting commission that might be established before it is passed as legislation?
Yes, I would think that I would like this new redistricting commission to follow these processes.
Thank you. Other questions from committee members? Thank you very much for joining us. Sorry, Representative Hayward has a question. Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Should we look for a fiscal note to be attached to this bill at some point?
Representative Hayward, is there a cost associated with this, and should there have been a fiscal note?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't have an answer for you, but if we feel that there should be, we can send it down to legislative services.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from committee members for Representative Gold? I'm not seeing any. So thank you, Representative Gold, for joining us. Also signed up to speak this morning is Henry Clementowicz, and I believe you should be all set to testify. Good morning. If you want to mute, we're all set. You weren't muted a second ago.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Henry Clementowicz, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union. In the interest of full disclosure and transparency, I am a registered lobbyist for that organization. So we support HB 428 for the following reasons. I think it would be our preference as a civil rights organization that districts in New Hampshire following the decennial census be apportioned by an independent redistricting commission. But failing that, this bill is a good bill in that it promotes public transparency and confidence by establishing processes so that the public can be confident that the maps that are drawn are being drawn out in public. New Hampshire is one of the few states in the country that has constitutionalized a right of public access to government records in Part 1, Article 8 of our Constitution, and has one of the stronger public records laws in any of the states in RSA 91A. And those laws, combined with the legislature's practice of holding a public hearing on every single bill, demonstrate to the citizens of New Hampshire that we take governmental transparency seriously here. And this bill would do the same thing for the apportionment process by recognizing that it's a very significant piece of legislation that's going to affect the entire state and many, many communities, and would, for example, require public hearings be held in every county, and would require any committee tasked with drawing the apportionment plans to maintain a website and post the information that they have there. And that way, at beginning, middle, and end of the apportionment process, voters in New Hampshire and your constituents can look at the process and have confidence in why the maps were drawn the way that they were, and can come to informed conclusions about whether they like that legislation or not. So we believe that this bill would be a very important step towards fostering public confidence in the apportionment process. And so we urge the committee to vote ought to pass. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for joining us today. Any questions from committee members in the room? Any questions from members attending electronically? I do have a question, actually. One of the requirements of the bill is to have a hearing in every county. it was pointed out by the prime sponsor in the language of the bill that remote participation is to be allowed. So if indeed remote participation is the latest and greatest and we're allowing it, why should this commission have to actually go to every county?
So I think, thank you for the question. I think the intent of holding a hearing in every county is to bring an opportunity for people to testify before this apportionment committee and to meet those impacted by the bills where they are. And that, is why in the past, for example, committees addressing the budget have held hearings outside of Concord. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we wouldn't oppose an amendment that would allow some of those hearings to be done remotely. But I think the intent or the purpose behind it would be the goal would be to promote as much access by the public to these meetings as possible. And if that means in the current climate, doing it by Zoom, I think that's okay. But if it means going forward when the pandemic ends, fingers crossed, doing it in person in the various counties, I think that makes sense too.
Thank you. Further questions for the committee? Sorry, I got what I got to follow. So then if the point is to go out and meet people by county, right? Because counties have different interests, and that's one of the things that we do generally in redistricting is sort of try to stick to county lines. Does that mean at public hearings we restrict input to people from that county that we're having the public hearing for?
I don't know why that would be necessary. Candidly, I mean, I suppose you could limit testimony to each person can only testify at one public hearing, but there may be. I live in Portsmouth. It may be that the Stratford County meeting is actually closer to me for whatever reason than the Rockingham County would be. So I don't know why you would need to restrict it that way.
All right, thank you. I won't take up any more time with my never-ending questions about how you should be conducting remote meetings for anything. Other questions from committee members? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Signed up to speak this morning on this bill is Phil Hatcher. Mr. Hatcher, I have promoted you to a panelist, and you have appeared. If you unmute yourself, I think we're all set to hear from you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Let me just see if I can turn on my camera. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Phil Hatcher, and I'm a resident of Dover. I'm testifying today to urge you to support HB 428. On February 10th, the Dover City Council passed a resolution calling for the redistricting process to be transparent and open and public to the public input at all stages. I believe this is one piece of evidence that there is broad support for this bipartisan bill across the state. One of our councilors did vote against the resolution, however. Although he supported the sentiment of the resolution, he was concerned about the council getting drawn into a partisan political fight. But this makes me wonder, how can calling for open and transparent redistricting be part of a partisan fight? Do some people think that the only way they can attain their political goals is through a closed process with no public input? Why should redistricting be any different than the consideration of bills to create new laws where there are mandatory public hearings such as this one? Public trust in government is severely eroded because people believe that politicians too often act upon their own self-interest rather than in the public interest. Gerrymandering in particular is disliked for this reason by people of all political persuasions. And remember that supporters of both parties are hurt when one party draws district boundaries for political gain. Consider New Hampshire's notorious 2nd Executive Council district, in which Democrats were packed to improve Republican chances in the other districts. Republican voters in the 2nd district had their voices taken away, which in particular could be problematic when executive council decisions impact their local towns and cities in ways not fully understood by the councilors in other districts. Please vote ought to pass in HB 428. Please vote for open and transparent redistricting. and please take one small step towards rebuilding trust in government. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hatcher? Anybody online have any questions for Mr. Hatcher? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Cynthia Walter. Cynthia, if you're here, could you raise your hand? I just don't have you on my screen. Here you are. Thank you. Cynthia, you're with us again this afternoon. Welcome to speak on 428.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
You can.
Okay, great. So again, I'm Cynthia Walter. I'm a retired science professor, biologist, and I teach statistics all the time. And so I strongly recommend passing this bill because it provides fair opportunities for citizens to understand the districts. I've worked on campaigns for the last 40 years of my life, just as a volunteer. And so I understand how important it is for people to know where these boundaries are and how those boundaries got to be where they are. So I hardly endorse the bill. I'm the one who suggested a slight modification in the bill associated with the collection of information from the municipal electoral officials. And their testimony needs to be public. And we also need more publicly available information to the public on the results of the census information. In other words, we can't understand why the maps might be drawn differently coming forward than they were in the past if all the people don't have all the information in a fair, open environment. And so it's important, I think, to pass this bill and have those exchanges, but we have to give everybody the information to make the exchanges worthwhile. Just a quick example of why we need to make the census data available to both the electoral officials in a form of a questionnaire that they would then address to make comments about changes in demographics and changes in communities of interest and so on. It's important for them to see it, but I would like also for that information on the census data to become available to the public as well. Then people can not just guess at how their neighborhoods and communities have changed, but they can actually see it represented in some physically clear and open to the public plain language descriptions. I know how to get into census tract data, but I've got a doctorate. That's not fair for me to look at that data, whereas other people can't look at that data. We need to have that be part of this bill as well. And what I suggested a little bit was a way to do that. So I think it's a great bill the way it is. It can even be strengthened and move forward in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walter, for joining us on this bill this afternoon. Also, a question for members of the committee or members attending electronically. I'm not seeing any other. So, Ms. Walter, just for clarification for my notes, so you're speaking of possible information exchange or release that is not currently in the bill that you have suggested an amendment to someone for?
Yes, if I can hear you correctly. I'm sorry, my hearing's not very good. Yes, I sent an email letter to every member of the committee suggesting a slight modification in the first section, Roman numeral 4 of the bill. I think it's the first section. And that would be an idea. But again, you folks know a whole lot more than I do about these matters. I'm only a biologist.
Well, it sounds like you might be close to a statistician too. So I just wanted to highlight that. So if members of the committee are looking at that, that they're aware that that's out there because it's not in the bill in front of us. Are there any further questions for Ms. Walter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us on this bill. Also signed up to speak on this bill this morning is Louise Spencer. Louise, you are with us. If you unmute, I think we will be all set.
Good morning, and thank you again, Madam Chair, for taking my testimony. Thank you to the committee. For the record, my name is Louise Spencer. I live in Concord, and I am here in support of HB 428. I've spent quite a bit of time over the last few years working on trying to come up with a fair redistricting process, and am supportive of the idea of an independent redistricting commission. However, I know that despite bipartisan support for that approach, there remain members who have concerns about the constitutionality of such an approach. None of those concerns apply to this bill, and I believe this bill goes a long way in accomplishing many important goals in terms of transparency, fairness, and citizen engagement and participation. And for that reason, I strongly support it. I think we live in a time where we are divided along political lines in ways that we haven't seen perhaps in generations. And that part of the way we get back to a more integrated and approachable civic environment is by creating some guardrails that help everyone build trust in our systems. And I think this bill creates a lot of great guardrails for the redistricting process, and one that will allow people across the political spectrum to buy into and come away then feeling that there was fairness and transparency. So for those reasons, I would strongly encourage you to support this bill and to move it out of committee in a bipartisan way to show your commitment, as this committee so often has done in the past, to bipartisan solutions to problems and issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you for testifying on this bill with us this afternoon. Is there any member of the committee, either present or electronically, who has a question for Ms. Spencer? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Also signed up to speak this morning is Ms. Susan Richmond. Ms. Richmond, you are with us. If you could unmute, I think we'll be all set.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the committee for accepting my testimony. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 428. I live in Durham, and on January 11th of this year, the Town Council of Durham supported 9-0 a resolution for nonpartisan fair redistricting with transparency. I think at the time we were hoping it would be a committee, but I'm sure in the same spirit, House Bill 428 addresses many of the same concerns. Governor Sununu repeatedly insists New Hampshire doesn't have a history of gerrymandering, but that is not true. The New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 11 states, when the population of any town or ward, according to the last federal census, is within a reasonable deviation from the ideal population for one or more representative seats, the town or ward shall have its own district of one or more representative seats, and in forming the districts, the boundaries of towns, wards, and unincorporated places shall be preserved and contiguous. So at our last redistricting in 2011, every municipality with a population of 3,290 or more was entitled to its own exclusive representative. But 62 out of the 152 towns and wards in New Hampshire that qualified for their own representatives were denied their own seat in the House. That's 40.8%. More than a third of New Hampshire's towns and wards were disenfranchised of having a full voice. That would be gerrymandering. And further, that last redistricting did break up cities, towns, and wards to create representative districts without contiguous borders. So despite what the governor has said it's not true that we do not gerrymander in New Hampshire. And it's further not enough just to say, well, I trust the legislature, they will do what's right, because the temptation to draw redistricting lines that will protect your position or benefit your party has got to be overwhelming. You don't ask the fox to watch the hen house unless you plan to keep careful watch on the fox. So in our last redistricting, excuse me, in 2011, maps were drawn in secret, and the software being used is still secret today. And the public didn't get to see the maps until the day before they were voted on. Members of the legislature made their requisite visits to every county to discuss redistricting, but they had no maps. So that is the context in which we are asking for transparency now. HB 428 would not deprive the legislature of its responsibility to draw new maps. It just provides communities with their right to view the maps, to provide input, and you, our representatives, can ensure the people you represent, they will have fair and equal representation. Transparency is not a threat when the work's done fairly. HB 428 would give us government that everyone could trust and believe in. So thank you so much for hearing me out, and I hope you will support 428.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond, for your testimony here this morning. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Richmond? Anybody online, raise your hand, physically, electronically? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill this morning is Liz Tentarelli on behalf of the New Hampshire League of Women Voters. Good morning, good afternoon, Ms. Tentarelli. If you unmute, you are with us.
Thank you very much, Representative Griffin, for allowing me to speak. I'm Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. I'm speaking today in strong support of this transparency bill. As Henry Clementowicz pointed out, transparency is inherent in our state constitution. And the holding of hearings on bills.
I don't know, Pam, if you're on, whether it's us or her. Frankly, now we're all back. You froze up. I think it might have been our system.
Okay, I will back up a bit. I'll identify myself again as Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, a nonpartisan organization. I am not a lobbyist, I am a volunteer, and I'm speaking in support of House Bill 428 because it encourages the very kind of transparency that this committee and this legislature should be so proud of. The fact that you're holding these meetings remotely so that we, the public, can attend and participate shows your commitment to that. And I ask that you continue that commitment by supporting this bill. I sent you some very detailed written testimony that explains why that how that transparency did not happen in 2011. Many people in the public, many voters were angered by that. Many legislators were frustrated by that lack of transparency. We will do better in 2021, and I'm confident of that because the public is now demanding that involvement. So posting plans, maps, and public comment on a website, as this bill describes, is one part of it. Those meetings in the 10 counties are very much a part of the tradition. In 2011, they were held, but there was nothing there to talk about. There was no real input or discussion about maps because nothing was shown. That shouldn't happen this year. Representative Griffin, you asked whether there should be a fiscal note attached to this. I believe there will be a fiscal note that will have to be attached to the bill that sets up the committees, which you have not heard yet. And so this would be part of the committee's operating budget, if you will, to include the website, the noticing of public hearings and so on. So on that ground and the fact that the public really wants to continue in a spirit of transparency, so that we can have trust again in the districts and in our government, I strongly urge you to support this bill. If there are any questions about my written testimony, I'd be glad to answer those via email or here in person. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for coming and joining us this afternoon. Does anybody in the committee room or committee members attending electronically have any questions for Ms. Tinderelli? I'm not seeing any. We did get your email, so thank you for joining us and submitting your testimony on this matter.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this matter this morning. Zink. Mayor Zink is with us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, and I'm the Executive Director of Open Democracy Action. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit based here in Concord that works on fixing our democracy. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 428. On Friday, February 12th, the Census Bureau announced a timeline for releasing this redistricting data to the states of September 30th of this year. Also, the National Conference on State Legislature released an article, 5 Ways to Handle the Census Delay. And I think that this piece of legislation, page 2, line 11 through 13, requiring the committee to establish the criteria of how they're going to draw the districts is a great idea, and also gives them time to do that before the census data is allowed. I hope that their data that they use, or the criteria that they publish, is that the districts shall comply with the New Hampshire Constitution and the US Constitution and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The districts are based on inhabitants. They're contiguous, that no racial minorities are districted in any form, that we respect the integrities of our communities of interest, and don't divide any towns or wards in those towns. As others have spoke of, the last redistricting process 10 years ago did not respect New Hampshire's Constitution. 62 towns were denied their representation. I am also footnoted House Journal from 10 years ago that cites that the maps were only given to the public 24 hours notice the last time. And I urge that we can do better this round. And House Bill 428 really does provide transparency and a process where voters will know that this is a two-way conversation between voters and their elected officials. This bipartisan bill calls for fairness in the process. I think you can identify comments that were made and other actions that really citizens want a fair, nonpartisan, and transparent process. And this is an opportunity for us to not just take those words, but also put them into action by passing this law. So ahead of the 2021 census, please respect voters' wills for an honest and fair process. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Zink? Questions from members either present in the room or attending electronically? I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much for joining us. Also signed up to speak on this bill is John Atherton. Mr. Atherton, I have not seen you attendee list. If you're with us here this morning, could you please raise your hand? Or if you're calling in, I think it's *6, but I'm not seeing any telephonic participants. Not seeing Mr. Atherton. Is there anyone else present in this hearing on HB 428 who would like to speak? They can please raise their hand. I am not seeing anybody. Any members? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 428. I want to thank everybody for their attention this morning. We are now going to recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30 to exec bills. So have a nice lunch, everybody. See you in an hour. No, if somebody could go mute, I think Representative Sweeney is going to do that. very odd walking around this building and go by.
Madam Chairman, we are unmuted and video is on.
All right, if you walk by committee rooms now and you hear a meeting going on, and it sounds as clear as day, the door's shut, you go look in, there's not a soul in there.
See?
There's another, that needs to be reminded. All right, we are here at 1:30, sorry, my computer says 1:32 for a noticed executive session on certain bills. Before we get going, I want to let committee members know a little bit about scheduling. We are scheduled for 2 session days next week. I have opted not to schedule election law on Friday next week, given that we will be doing business for pretty much full days. Though other committees are meeting, if I hear committee members begging to meet on Friday, I have just been informed this room is open, no one has taken it, and I will be happy to schedule it on Friday. However, my plan would be for the first 2 weeks in March, I have asked for 3 days. That is the plan, and it will be, I have asked for a Wednesdays or Friday. So as soon as I have those days, I will send an email out that those are the days I will be scheduling public hearings on and probably another executive session. I expect those days to be long because my intent is to schedule the absentee ballot bills. There are a number of them, and I am expecting the public hearings on those bills alone to be at least a day. And I might schedule them for more than a day. So that's the sort of status of the scheduling for the next few weeks. Representative Greeley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So they're scheduled a total of 3 days for those 2 weeks.
That's my plan. We have until, I think, the 18th to finish our voting. I'm not quite sure, I might be off a week. It's in the calendar. Have basically March to finish up the bills, so that's my goal. But if these public hearings, I think we can get the public hearings on the remaining bills done in 3 days. We have 18 bills left. That is the status. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair, could you repeat the days next week?
Well, no, next week, we have House session on Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Since we meet on Friday normally, I said we will not meet on Friday since everybody's already spending 2 days, but over the next 2 weeks, 1 week we'll have 2 days. Okay? All right. But if you want to meet on Friday, apparently this room is available. You and I could have a meeting about a couple of bills. Or most people were happy when I said 2 days not to come in for the committee meeting, but I think we can get it done without 3 days coming in on Friday next week. All right, so for notice this afternoon, the first bill we have noticed for executive session today is SB2. I am going to continue the executive session on SB2. I had a question that I sent over to the Secretary of State's office between the public hearing and today, requesting information on how many communities had actually rescheduled. And when they were rescheduling for, and they've been pretty busy, they haven't been able to get back to me. And since the towns are able to continue to operate under the emergency order 83, I think we can move on from SB2. It's not technically an early bill. The next bill that we have scheduled for executive session is CACR4 in regards to redistricting. This is a bill that provides that an independent redistricting commission shall be established to draw boundaries for state and federal offices. This is a CACR and not a House bill. Is there a motion on this? Representative Rowan.
Madam Chair, I move CACR4 inexpedient to legislate this proposal.
Is there a second to the representative's motion?
Madam Chairman, I'll second that.
That's been moved and seconded. Thank you. All right. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would, ma'am.
Thank you.
This proposed constitutional amendment would establish an independent redistricting commission. The stated reason for this amendment is that it would make the redistricting process nonpartisan. However, the appointment of a committee established for this purpose would itself be a partisan process, which would in reality be controlled by the majority party. Further, this proposed amendment does not address how the commission would be appointed. So even establishing rules for the makeup of the commission and for how it would be appointed would be partisan. New Hampshire has the largest legislative body in the United States. This makes our legislature the most representative group, commission of the people, if you will, to perform this constitutional responsibility. Redistricting by a commission appointed by elected leaders of respective political parties further insulates redistricting from the will of New Hampshire voters. I urge that this task continue to be done as charged in our Constitution and not be delegated to an appointed commission. Please support the motion of ITL for CAC 4.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this bill? I'm looking for hands or a wave from anybody. I'm not seeing any. Is the clerk ready to call the roll? All right, the motion on the floor is to ITL.
There is a hand up.
Sorry.
There is a hand up, Representative Lane.
Representative Lane.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask the question, but my understanding is that one of the major reasons for the opposition to the bill is that the Constitution does not specifically provide that we can delegate that. So this would. So I guess my question is, what would? If we can't do it by constitutional amendment, then how do we do it?
Sure, if you want to answer that, Representative Brown, go ahead.
Thank you for your question. I do not believe there should be a commission because I believe that a commission very quickly will become fully as partisan or more partisan than the current process. And I believe that since we have the largest legislative body in the nation, especially since that, we already have a commission that is appointed by the people to do this process. So I don't believe we should have a commission that is legislatively established or that is approved by a change in the Constitution.
May I have a follow-up, please?
Representative Lane, go ahead.
So you're saying that the existing committee is appointed by the voters. My understanding is that the new committee, or however it's done, I've never gone through this process as a legislator, is appointed, in fact, by the parties, not by the people. Is my understanding correct?
It's appointed by the majority, and it's a speaker's committee. So when you say parties, I don't know what you mean, Representative Lane.
So responding to his comment that the existing committee process was done by the people, my understanding is exactly as you said it, which I would say is not by the people. So I just want to make sure I understood how it's done, because I've never been involved in it.
It's my understanding that persons that will serve on the committee will be elected representatives. And I understand your point as to the constitutionality that this bill is intended to remedy that complaint. And I think Representative Rowan, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, your point is we already have all the representatives here. We don't need further delineations.
That's correct.
Any other comment? I will just say I've spent a lot of time looking at other states, and I have found that in some other states where they do this in their constitution, sort of interesting that they do it, for example, the congressional district, and that's all that's in their constitution, that they leave the other districts for the legislature to do. So that's sort of an interesting thing in some of the states that do have it in their constitution, they do it for specific reasons. Is there any other discussion on this bill? Make sure I'm not missing any hands, Representative Lane. All right, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call for the vote on CACR4. The motion is ITL.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groen,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
myself, clerk, yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Representative Cody, could you come on screen for just a second for me, please? Thank you very much. And it's nice to actually see you, by the way.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Same here.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Esposito,
Spitia, no.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
Representative Freitas still with us? I think she's left the meeting.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Chairman, Representative Griffin.
Yes.
So the total will be 11.
It should be 11 to 8.
On 11 to 8, yeah.
The ITL on CACR4 passes 11 to 8. The next vote scheduled for this afternoon is HB 77, requiring town and city clerk to provide daily notifications to the Secretary of State. There was an amendment that we received here in the room over lunch. I understand it should have been emails to the committee, but I am operating from 2 different phones, neither one of which I can operate completely successfully, so I can't swear to that. And HB 77 in regards to the notification and filings is Representatives Berry, do you have a motion that you'd like to put on the floor?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I would make a motion to amend HB 77 with the amendment I presented to the committee.
And that would be 0402H.
Yes, ma'am, 0402H.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right, let me ask, do people have, who have online access attending remotely, do you have HB that we just talked about?
No.
I don't believe I've seen it, Madam Chair.
No.
So did that get emailed to the committee?
I don't know if I'm doing it right now.
I will send that right now, Madam Chair. I thought it had been sent. Sorry about that.
All right, well, just to stay in order, we're just gonna take a little pause and give everybody a chance to take a look at this, because I didn't look at it during lunch either. Let me know when it's been sent, please, Pam. This is
Right, I just sent it to everybody on the committee because that's easiest. So it should be arriving soon.
Got it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, we got it.
Representative Freitas, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back.
All right, we have just had everybody emailed an amendment to House Bill 77. So I don't know if you're able to also access email while you're online, but it was just emailed by Pam Smarling to all the committee members. We're on HB 77. Deputy Scanlon is sitting there wondering what we're looking at.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just joined in after I jumped over from the Senate election law executive session. So I just barely arrived. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I say something about the rest of the club, but I won't. We have all been sent an amendment to 377, which when I see a few more heads raised, I'm going to presume people have looked at in a few seconds, and then I'm going to recognize the proponent of the amendment, Representative Berry, to speak to it.
Madam Chair, I had a great deal of trouble hearing you.
We are about to consider an amendment to HB 77. So Representative Berry, why don't you talk about the bill and what your amendment does? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chairman. So when we heard testimony about HB 77, which is to refresh everybody's memory, is requiring the city and town clerks to report daily to the Secretary of State's office the people who have registered to run for office. There was a couple issues raised, two which are both addressed in this amendment. The first of which is that there is current statute, which is RSA 655-18. So instead of creating a new section, we're just going to go into the existing section, which deals with the clerks notifying the Secretary of State's office of the filings for office. And the second one, which was raised, which is what do we do with clerks who aren't, especially for smaller towns, for clerks who are not open 5 days a week. So what the second part of this amendment does is it clarifies that if the clerk's office is not open and receiving filings for office that they do not have to report. So if they are open and they are receiving, they have to report. If they're not open and they're not receiving, they do not have to report. And I'm happy to answer any. I did work with the original sponsor of this bill on the amendment. He approves of it, and I'm obviously happy to answer any questions we have about the amendment.
I want to actually read the amendment. If somebody has it and could forward it to the david.scanlon at
I can do that.
sos.
I just did that, Madam Chair. He's got it.
All right, okay. Because what it provides for people that may be listening is city and town clerk shall provide to the Secretary of State on at least a daily basis a summary of any filings received pursuant to this chapter each day. Such summary shall be submitted electronically and shall include the name and address of any candidate who is filed. The Secretary of State shall then add those persons to the daily report for that day. Clerk shall only be required to report to the Secretary of State pursuant to this section on days the clerk's offices are open and receiving filings. All right, questions from committee members on this amendment? Representative Lane.
No, I didn't.
Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And maybe this would be better answered by Deputy Scanlon if the chair would allow it, but I'll direct the question to the sponsor of the amendment first. And thank you for the amendment. It does correct the major issues I had a concern with. However, in the alternative, couldn't the clerks or shouldn't the clerks be able to send an actual copy of the filing papers to the Secretary of State rather than to create a summary of those documents? I mean, if we made photocopies and scan them or just fax them up to the Secretary of State, then he's got the entire documents in front of him, which he can begin processing, as opposed to just a summary of name and address, which may be typed incorrectly and not have information that the Secretary of State's office needs to begin the actual processing of the applications.
Representative Barry, you want to go there?
So we considered this, and in the interest of passing the bill, we want to give the bill the best chance to pass. And, you know, different town clerks operate differently. They have different equipment. Representative Bergeron, personally, I agree with you. I think that would be the best way to go about it. But I don't know the situation in every town clerk's office. And I think that this legislation needs to go forward. And kind of, I would love to work out, I guess what I'm saying is I would love to work out those details next session when this thing's already in place. But I agree with you in spirit.
Thank you.
Representative Freitas.
Yes, my concern is the daily. I think daily is too much, but perhaps it could be amended to weekly. I think it's important. There is a time factor that's important in reporting these candidates. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Representative Barron, did you want to respond as the proponent of the amendment?
I disagree with the representative. I mean, I believe weekly would actually defeat the purpose of this bill.
Anybody else? I want to say that I didn't mention it at the public hearing, but I think on that day or the previous day, the post office had announced that we're about to get a rate increase and we can expect slower delivery in the future of U.S. postal first-class mail. And I think Representative Barry's concerned that not every town clerk is going to be scanning these documents and sending them off. I mean, I'll be doing it now, right? There's nothing that prohibits them from forwarding it by scanning the document, but I think the Secretary of State wants the original. So that sort of mandates the mailing, and we know the mailing is not very efficient. So the only issue I see with this amendment is that you're you're filling out a summary, and that could be done in an email, so I would think that would be pretty easy for most clerks to do, that most clerks would have email. The only thing I see is that then the Secretary of State, if they review the paperwork that followed on the actual form and found out that if the person wasn't qualified, then they're going back sort of retroactively to pull somebody from the list. But I don't know how often that actually happens and if that's a legitimate concern. But I have real concerns going forward that as these original forms get mailed, we're going to really start to see delays. I know I'm seeing it in mail right now. In the state, mail within the state used to be overnight. I'm happy if it gets there in 3 days. Deputy Scanlon, do you have any comment on my concern about a list as compared to the actual form for checking?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You're absolutely right. We would want to have the original declaration of candidacy forms in our possession during or as soon after the filing period closes as we can get them. I think it's a good idea to ask the clerks to send us who has filed electronically so that we have that information. What it may mean, though, is that we keep two lists on the website. One is the unofficial list of filings submitted to us by the clerks electronically. And then the other would be the official list of candidates who we have confirmed as qualified based on our review of the declaration of candidacies that we usually receive.
Okay. Other questions on this amendment before I ask the clerk to call the roll on it? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on a motion to amend House Bill 77 with Amendment 2021-0402H.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Fugel O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Sweeney?
Yes.
Representative Hayward?
Yes.
Representative Mooney?
Yes.
Representative Terosian?
Yes.
Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Rome?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Cody?
Yes.
Representative Cody, can I see you for a second again?
I was on a different screen, Madam Chair. Hold on a second.
Great, thank you. Hello.
Representative Ward?
Yes.
Representative Bergeron?
Yes.
Representative Especia?
Yes.
Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Freitas?
Yes.
Representative Hamblett?
Yes.
Representative Muirhead?
Yes.
Yes.
19-1.
All right, the amendment to House Bill 77 has passed, so the motion on the bill sits amended. Is there a motion on the bill as amended? Representative Barrett.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I would move that we pass HB 77 as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Representative Bergeron. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Barrett?
No, ma'am, I don't feel it's necessary.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion on the floor?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative Cody.
I do think the amendment improved the bill, but I think there are still some issues about the summary
The daily thing.
problem. And so I will vote no.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will say it would appear that issues with the current practice. So I'm hoping that this bill as amended, if it passes, will get us a little closer to getting those problems ironed out. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Crujon O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Torosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Grown,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Aspicia,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No. Oh, geez.
Input.
Yes.
Freitas, yes.
Wait a minute. Hold on, she just changed it.
All right, Representative Hamlet, was that a yes?
Yes.
And Representative Freitas, did you say something? You're voting yes also, is that true? Okay.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, and Representative Cody, if I could just see your face again for that vote,
For which vote?
for the vote you just made, vote no on the OTPA on 77.
I thought you did, but okay.
All right, thank you. All right, and what's the vote?
okay, so the count is 14-6.
So the motion carries 14-6. This will not be in the consent calendar, nor will the previous bill. If somebody can let me know as to whether there'll be a minority report, it's today, Wednesday, by tomorrow afternoon. I was frankly hoping to have reports in today for what bills. I suspect I could get the calendar opened, but I suspected we could get bills that we voted on today in the calendar as long as we have reports in by the end of the day, but I recognize that that's a little optimistic. So if you want to do a report, please let me know and we'll try to get it in the calendar. And if not, we'll for next week, and if not, we'll have to wait for a session in March. My goal is to get it, is to try and get some of these bills in the calendar for next week, because I have fear that our calendars are just going to grow in size for voting as we go on for this session. Thank you. The next bill before us is House Bill 223. 223 is a bill relative to political party access to a list of absentee ballot requests. Is there a motion on this? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to pass on House Bill 223.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Berry seconds it. Representative Sweeney, would you like to speak to your motion?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill authorizes political parties to request and subscribe to the absentee ballot request list from the Secretary of State. Currently, only candidates can request and subscribe to the absentee ballot list of requests, and for the political parties to get access to that data, a candidate has to note the party as an agent. By allowing political parties to request their own subscriptions of the absentee ballot request list, will ensure that the respective political parties can always have access to this data throughout the political cycle in the case they don't have an incumbent statewide candidate on the ballot. We urge the committee to vote on pass.
Are there any further comments from committee members on this bill? This is House Bill 223 regarding access to absentee ballot request lists. Representative Lane.
Thank you. Is there a reason why it's only for statewide ballot?
Representative Sweeney.
So currently the statewide subscription the Secretary of State offers is statewide. All candidates down ballot within specific districts can go to their town clerks or the clerks within their districts to get the data. But currently, the subscription allows for statewide candidates to get the subscription and the request list. So this would just be extending that to global parties statewide.
Thank you. I forgot to ask it during the hearing.
Are there any other questions? I'm not often requesting statewide absentee ballot lists, so I didn't know. So. Any other discussion or questions on the motion on the floor, which is an OTP on 223? I'm seeing none, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Trudeau O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yep.
Clerk says yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Representative Cody, I need to see you again.
Uh,
People are going to talk if I keep using this language.
Hold on. Here I am.
No.
And the vote is no.
I got it. Thank you.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Espetia,
No.
That was a no.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 11 to 9.
So the OT motion on HB 223 passes 11 to 9. The next bill we have is 263 relative to campaign finance reform. Everybody was emailed an amendment.
What, no, 263.
And then 2021-333. Does someone want to make a motion in regards to the amendment? Representative Sweeney.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move we amend House Bill 263 with amendment 2021-03338. I'd like to speak to my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Terosian. Representative Sweeney, you can speak to your motion. And can you please take us through the amendment because a bunch of us have just.
Absolutely. So this amendment actually came out of the public hearing that we had on the bill, on House Bill 263. It restores the ability for candidates to file as candidates with the Secretary of State's office. I had originally removed that from the initial draft of the proposed legislation, but after the public hearing and questions from committee members regarding it, I thought it would be right to put that back into the legislation. And I also amended it to increase the threshold for reporting. Currently, if a candidate committee or a political committee spends more than $500 or raises more than $500, they report to the Secretary of State's office. This updates that level to $1,500 in receipts or expenditures. And the inspiration with that was also from the public hearing and also in line with a bill from Representative Edwards that we had already accepted last week, in which we're updating the reporting thresholds for individual donations. This proposal moves it up, not at the same rate as we're changing the $25 to $100, but just the $500 to $1,500. And I would say I expect most campaigns running in competitive districts would spend more than $1,500 in the election. It's just been a significant amount of time since that threshold was put into law, and it's just updating it to meet the current realities that we live in. So that's the crux of this amendment. Everything else in the bill is the same as it was when it was introduced.
Questions from committee members on the amendment? Peter Torosky. Representative Sweeney, just because if I look at HB 263 and I look at the amendment, HB 263, section 1 is gone, right? Section 1 has been removed because that was the change to candidate and candidate committee, so that is now no longer in the bill. And then section 5, you have amended
so candidate is back in section 5, it added in candidate or a candidate.
okay, that's the only change in the amendment. All right, I sort of missed that. Okay. And that's the change then in 7 also, is you've now left it as is for candidate and candidate committee. And so then in section 5, you get to the $500 to the $1,500 limit that you were talking about in regards to the other ones. So section 4 is new, right?
So it's
Section 5.
Yep. I don't believe it's new, it's just changing the current section of our set.
Right, that's what I meant, but as to the bill.
As to the bill, it's new to the bill.
Okay. And then section 6. It's again changing the amount from 500 to 1,500. And then section 7 is the same as in the original proposal.
Yes.
When you get to these things being longer than 2 pages, just finding the section numbers.
No, absolutely.
Questions on the amendment? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. On the floor is amendment 2021-0333H to House Bill 263.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Rosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative Whaley,
Yes.
clerk says yes. Representative Cody,
No.
David, hello.
No.
Can I see for a sec? Thanks.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative I can't say it, I'm sorry.
Spicio.
Spicia.
No.
Specia.
I know, it just won't get in my head. Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
Representative Hamlet on mute.
So sorry. No.
Thank you.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so it will be 11-9.
Thank you. Not seeing any further amendments. Is there a motion for OTP? Excuse me, a motion, we just moved that on the amendment. Is there a motion on 263 as amended? Representative Sweeney.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 263 ought to pass as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Representative Torosian. Is there any discussion on the amended bill? not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Rosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Brome,
Yes.
Representative Whaley,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Representative Cody, Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Easter,
No.
Representative Kumar,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. So it shows 11-9. Thank you. The vote is 11-9. 263 will go on the calendar as an OTP as amended. For this bill and other bills, if I could know by the end of the day if there's going to be a minority report, that would be terrific. By the end of the day, I guess I mean like by 4 o'clock.
I'll do the best I can, Madam Chair.
Pardon me?
I said I'll do the best I can.
Oh, I know you are.
Can't make these decisions before we know who the minority is.
You know what, every day I'm a little surprised, so there you go. Next bill is 326. This is a bill requiring town and city clerks to make electronic lists of absentee ballot requests. The public hearing on this was February 12th. I have a motion on 326. Representative Barry,
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move that we opt to pass HB 326.
is there a second? I second that. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Barry?
Very briefly, Madam Chairman, fellow members of the committee, as we established in the hearing, HB 326 is a bipartisan bill that in a very small way modernizes New Hampshire's electoral process around absentee ballots. And with that, I move on to pass.
Questions? Questions from committee members in attendance electronically? I actually have a question, Representative Barry. The two things I show as being discussed with this bill, and I'm not sure that they impact the vote, but we just had 2 amendments, and I don't see one on this. There was some discussion of copies versus data file, and I see that you have chosen not to change that. There was also some discussion of fee schedules, which I think is a little different statute, but why did you keep with the copies?
Well, I kept with a copy, Madam Chairman, because while I do actually believe a data file would be easier on the clerks, that they could provide the data file that would suffice with this legislation. But I think this legislation needs to go into place, and then as the clerks get used to it, we can make it to where it needs to be perfectly. As to your other part about the fee structure, I would also like to eventually see a scheduled fee structure put in, but once again, I don't want to overreach on the first intent of this bill.
Thank you. Are there questions from committee members? Present or electronically, I'm not seeing any hands raised on screen or electronically right now. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the roll on HB 326.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Rosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Rome,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Lawrence, yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler. Sorry.
Representative
Fisher,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblin,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair. Yes.
326 will go on the calendar, OTP 11 to 9. Majority report. Let me know when you can. It's going to be a minority report. The next item on for vote this afternoon is 468. 468 is relative to the definition of political advocacy organization. I have not received any amendments. Is there a motion? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move House Bill 468 as introduced into legislation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Berry seconds it. Representatives, would you like to speak to the motion, which is ITL 468?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This bill modifies the definition of political advocacy organizations for purposes of political expenditure and contribution laws. There are significant issues of organization and enforceability with this proposed legislation. The types of free speech that would be covered is far too broad, and the reduction from $5,000 in spending as the reporting threshold to $2,500 in spending that would be covered by this legislation is a significant change that could hurt smaller advocacy groups. Frequently, we have heard testimony in this committee from an unincorporated organization that refers to itself as the K Street Coalition. That does not file with the Secretary of State's office regarding the activity they do. We should not punish unaffiliated and small groups like the K Street Coalition that engage in activity that this bill would broadly paint as political advocacy when they are simply educating the voters utilizing the freedom of speech granted to them under the United States Constitution. Citing that and other reasons, I ask the committee to vote inexpedient for legislation.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this motion? I'll just clarify for the record, I think you're talking about Ms. Spencer and the Kent, she refers to herself.
Kent
as
Street.
Kent Street, not K Street.
I knew it was.
It was again, it's not registered, we know. All right. Is there any further discussion on 468? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Flujon O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative DeRozia,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Rome,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Yeah, I got it.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Especia,
No.
No.
Representative Lane,
Surprisingly, no.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblin,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Now it's 11 to 9.
468 will go on the calendar as ITL with a vote of 11 to 9. Again, if I can be informed if there's going to be a minority report by the end of the day, that would be.
Madam Chair, there will be a minority report on 468, but I don't think it can be done by 4 o'clock.
All right, what I'm going to do, if it's all right, Representative Cody, is I'm going to see what majority blurbs I can wrangle out of people here in the room before they leave. I will tell you that is the thing I miss the most about not having in-person meetings, the ability to get things done before representatives go on their way. And I will let you know what I've got, and maybe at the end of the day, you can let me know what ones you think you might have a minority report, and we'll be sure to hold those.
I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you. All right, the next item I have for executive session this afternoon is House Bill 476, relative to election officers at additional polling places. This is a repeating theme, I think, in front of this committee for 476. Do I have a motion?
I would,
Representative Prudhomme.
I would like to move that this ought to pass.
476 has been moved on to pass. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Representative Sweeney seconds it. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I support this bill. It would allow moderators to look beyond just their districts to find people to work at the polls who are from their town. This would be beneficial to my community as we have changed our polling places often, and it would help moderators find more people to work at the polls. For that reason, I support it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion that is on the floor, which is OTP on 476? I'm not seeing any hands or further discussion, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is OTP 476.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Clark is yes. Representative Cody,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Bergeron,
Yes.
Representative Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Freitas,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
All right, 20-0.
The vote is 20-0. If there's no objection, this will go on the consent calendar. Thank you, everybody. The next bill on the list to be voted on by this committee is 489, prohibiting certain political contributions. There was a public hearing on this bill on February 5th. Is there a motion on this bill?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move that HB 49 be inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Berry has moved 489 ITL. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Terosian has seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Berry?
Yes, Madam Chairman. During the testimony of HB 489, it was brought to light that this bill appears to be targeted at a singular individual. As such, I cannot support this bill, and I move that it's inexpedient to legislate.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? I'm hearing a very weird whoop, but I'm not seeing anybody who wants to speak. All right, I'm gonna ask the clerk to call the roll then on HB 489.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Rosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Rome,
Yes.
Representative Whaley,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Chairman Ford,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Aspizia,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
11-9.
Vote on item HB 489, inexpedient to legislate, will go on the calendar with a vote of 11-9. The last bill I've noticed for executive session today is House Bill 514. This is relative to ballot column rotation. Do I have a motion on this bill? Representative Berry.
Doing my notes here. I move that HB 514 is inexpedient to legislate.
I hope not.
I'm sorry, ought to pass. I
retain? I think we should retain it.
I apologize to members of the committee. Is there someone else, since Representative Berry appears to be confused about what bill we're on or what he's doing? Representative McDonald.
I move this bill be retained.
So Representative McDonald has moved that HB 514 be retained. Is there a second?
I second that.
It's been seconded by Representative Hayward. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chairman. This is a complex issue. The committee has reviewed it and still has questions and feels it deserves and requires further work. So we'd like to-
Is there any further discussion on this? My recollection is the Secretary of State during the testimony spoke about the sentence and statute, which was very confusing, that the bill really needed an amendment. And when they were asked, when I asked about their ability to work on the amendment due to things going on right now, they were not able to work on it. So in deference to the Secretary of State's office, who believes this needs to be changed, but frankly, the impact would not be till next year, so there's no harm in waiting to get the formula and the language right. I'm going to support the motion to retain.
Madam Chair, could I just ask what sort of work is contemplated?
Deputy Scanlon, if you're on the line, I will recognize you. I think it's to come up with some formula other than the one that's in there, because it's confusing, and the point of it, quite frankly, I'm not really quite sure of. Deputy Scanlon, do you have something to add to that and to help Representative Cody understand what we need to do with this?
Yes, Madam Chair, the formula that we have to apply to come up with a standard that is as close to 1% as is practical, but in no event greater than 1% across the board for state representative candidates, Senate candidates. It gets easier as you get higher, but it is a very complex formula that took a great deal of man hours in the last decade to come up with. If anybody in our office had to explain how the formula worked, we could not. There's one or two people that understand it. And, ideally, we would like to come up with a formula that satisfies the intent and it just satisfies the intent and the spirit of the statute, but in a manner that we can tell candidates and voters that, this is how we arrived at these columns. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. And we would be happy to have any of you participate in coming up with that process that is so inclined.
Thank you.
Further comments or discussion? The motion on the floor is a motion to retain, and it's HB 514. If I see no further discussion, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Crudup O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yeah.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Rosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
yes. Representative Cody,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Bergeron,
Yes.
Representative Fischler,
Representative Menace-Fisher?
All right. Did you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Are you a yes or no on this?
Oh, I said yes.
Thank you.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Freitas,
Yes.
Representative Humblin,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes.
all right, 20-0.
House Bill 514 is retained in committee. The vote was 20-0. That concludes our executive session today. I want to thank everybody for attendance. I want to thank Representative Swisha for substituting in with us this afternoon. We'll be back. My goal is to not let anybody out of this room until I hear about what the status of reports is. I will email Representative Cody and we'll see what we can come up with for trying to get things out today. Otherwise, it will be in whenever for the calendar for whenever we meet in March. Is there any other business that anybody has for the committee? Representative Terosian.
So just to reiterate what our next committee meeting.
I am not sure because they have not assigned official dates for the first 2 weeks in March, but I'm looking for 3 days, Wednesday and Friday, the first 2 weeks. As soon as I have them, I will send them out, and then I'll do the work of scheduling the bills, but I'll let you know what days as soon as I have them. Thank you, everybody. Have a